Welcome, everyone, to this fantastic conversation about the fetishization of Black features abroad. So, actually, Alicia, who will be here with us in about an hour, was the person that came up with this idea. This is her baby. So, I have to give credit to Alicia. We did a video together on Brazil, and you all should check that video out too. And Alicia goes, Maya, why don't we talk about people's obsession with Black features? I've talked about anti-Blackness, the negativity towards Black features. But now it's time to talk about that obsession. And I know y'all know what we're talking about. So, very excited. This also is me coming out of retirement. I know I told y'all that the last live was the last live, but Alicia pulled me out of retirement, and I will come out of retirement for my girl. So we are back and we are having this conversation, and I'm so honored to have such wonderful folks to talk about this today. So this is going to be the longest live that we've had. It's going to be 4 hours. I know. Don't even worry about it because we're going to take some breaks in there. Some of us are going to drop off and come in at different times, and that's going to be okay. We're going to have a great conversation today. So, we have Helese, who is our fantastic facilitator. I know you know who I'm talking about, okay? Has facilitated almost half the conversations of my life. So I had to bring back my girl to help us facilitate. And I will be, of course, getting the questions from the chat. So if you all could write a Q in front of your question so that I know that that is a question, and we will answer those a little bit later. First, we're going to just start off with discussion. We have the lovely, positively Apryl here. I know you know her from not Exodus, Job Liberation Summit, okay? So we have some fantastic people with us here today. And as I mentioned, Alicia is going to join in a little bit later. So, without any more conversation, I'm going to pass it over to Helese. At the 2 hour mark, we will take a brief stretch and food break, and then we will continue on. Helese, it is all yours.
Hello, everyone. Bom dia, buenos dias, and I hope y'all are having a happy Sunday. So, basically, I just want to start out with some introductions. I'll go first. My name is Helese. My channel's name is at Love Stars World here on YouTube, where I talk about living with ADHD and just other facets of life, just trying to drop that lived experience wisdom, whether it be my move abroad to Mexico or just navigating life with ADHD, as a Black woman. And so definitely check that out. Check out my stories there. I'm going to pass it over to Apryl to introduce herself, what she's about, how she's why she came to this conversation. And then we'll have Dr. Maya just briefly go over her channel once more in case you're new here. And then we'll get into the conversation.
Hey, so I am Apryl Thatch, otherwise known on YouTube as Positively Apryl. And yeah, I'm currently broadcasting live from my sequestered bedroom at my son's house in Phoenix. After living in Mexico for almost 2 years, I came back here and I will be doing some more traveling, including Colombia, in the entire month of August. So Dr. Maya will definitely link when I'm there. But yeah, as someone who was a former type A plus personality, I say that I am a recovering people pleaser and that on my channel, and I truly live a carefree life full of, I don't know, loud laughter, freedom, and joy. And that's really very similar to you, Helese. That's what we follow on my channel when I post like I'm supposed to. But yeah, that's pretty that's pretty much it. As you know, I didn't have my morning coffee yet, so once the go-go gadget kicks in, then I'll be on point.
Thank you so much, Apryl. And I just want to say, Apryl, this is our first time having you on the channel, and we are so happy and so lucky that you said yes to this conversation. I know that these things can be difficult to talk about, but I knew that you would be ready, and that's why you're here. So how could I forget Marissa Price Heels is our moderator. I will never forget you, Marissa. Don't you even worry about it. So you will see Marissa in the chat, making sure to put our channels out there, to to keep the conversation going. So we have a whole tribe of Black women to have this conversation. So as mentioned, I am Dr. Maya. This is Fly Like Me, PhD. As you all know, I help Black women move and travel abroad. And I'm trying to help myself. Apryl already told you to move to Colombia. And guess what, y'all? She just submitted her visa. Okay, now that government probably gonna come back and ask for additional documentation, but I did my part, step one, okay? So anyway, this is going to be a great discussion that we have today. I just want to shout out some of the people in the chat before we get started. We got Dr. Crystal. What is a conversation without the lovely Dr. Crystal? So good to have you. Helese, this might be you.
That's my mom. Hey, mom.
Hi, Helese's mom. Oh my gosh.
She always watches. Yeah,
Hey,
it's so amazing.
Helese's mama, listen. Your daughter
She's been to Mexico. She's been to more cities in
Mexico
Mexico than me. Yeah.
Boom. Doing what needs to be done. We love to have you in the chat. And then it's going to be my mama. Hey, Dr. Mama. Okay, I see you. Love to have you here, Mom. Okay, and with that, we're going to go ahead and get started. So, Helese, please take it away.
Okay, so an uncomfortable yet fun and interesting conversation. This is going to be about our lived experiences and things that we've seen abroad when it comes to the fetishization of our features, whether it be skin, hair, body type, even the aspect of us being Black American women can definitely come into play. We'll be talking about like wider themes and then also like more, insular like situations just in our personal experiences. But Apryl, I wanted to kind of just open up the floor talking about like, even when we live in the United States in our own families, we can kind of start to have some of those experiences of being maybe othered, so on and so forth, when it comes to different features that we have. And I wanted you to talk a little bit about your experience growing up, and then we'll just let the conversation flow from there. Dr. Maya, you can jump in at any time and bring in relevant comments that you think are important at any time.
Yeah. So, it's funny, not haha, but, it's ironic that we are going to start off by talking about features because one of the things that happened as soon as, we hopped on, before we went live, we started talking about our hair. Like, I'm like, oh, my hair's not acting right because this side is curlier than this side. And I'm over here pulling at it. Dr. Maya would say, like, oh, a couple people were asking, who is that in the picture? Because you had hair in the picture. We've only known you with the super cute TWA. You were telling me, because I'm like, oh, my head is big. I want to cut it off, but then I don't. And then I think about wigs and then blah, blah, blah. But I recently, I would say maybe about 3-4 weeks ago, had another Black woman fawn over my hair. I have a lot of hair. It's kind of short compared to what it historically has been. And it was weird to have a 40-something-year-old Black woman fawn over like, oh, you got that good hair. You got blah, blah, blah. And how when we were talking offline, I mentioned that the first time that I heard the term good hair, it was actually somebody calling my hair nappy. It was at church. It was a little girl. And keep in mind, like I got a lot of hair. I used to wear it in like 2 plaits down my back. And sometimes people would come behind me like horses' reins and do this with my hair. But for some reason, she called my hair nappy. So I'm telling my mother she's deceased now, but she was an extremely proud, as I said, Helese, Black, white presenting woman. Okay. Not white passing. Okay. Cause she let you know, like she was extra Black, but she had kind of the cheat code because other white people would say things around her. And as someone who has fair skin, white skin mother, light skin father, 3 light skinned sisters, and then there's me, different hair textures. But when I told my mother, and this was at Sunday school, I said, hey, that girl, she called my hair nappy. And my mother burst out laughing. I never heard that word. I knew that it was something bad. And here my mother is laughing at me. That's how I'm taking it. I was maybe like 4. Um, and she's like, no, 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 you don't have nappy hair. And then other people, adults, would be like, oh, she got such a good hair. Oh, your daughters have good hair, good hair. And to me, I couldn't wear the styles that my sisters could wear. Their hair was a lot more manageable. My mother would give them, she could blow dry, press out their hair, and it would stay. Mine, as soon as a breeze blows by, it's starting to poof up. I used to get fussed at because my mom would put these super cute braids in our hair, and I would get the halo because mine would start to come out and have that little halo. And sometimes she would fuss at me because she spent all this time doing my hair and, it's getting fuzzy. But as a child, you don't know these nuances. I can say that now as an adult because I get it. But as a child, all I know is people touch my hair like without permission. I was maybe 5 years ago old when I realized, like, oh, the "Don't Touch My Hair" song, or other women that would say, like, oh, no, like I would even be around them. Oh, like, but for me, I was so used to people touching my hair that I didn't see it as an extension of my body. It was just something that people fawned over. So I think it was maybe a couple days before we had our call that I had that experience with the other Black woman. And I'm like, I've not felt like this since I was a child. Of course, I'm of a certain age when back in the 90s, light skin was in. And I've even had guys, well, hopefully she's not watching, but I had guys say, like, you're cuter than your sister, but she's light skinned, period. Like, no, nothing else, but she's light skinned. And I would have guys tell me, well, normally I like light skin, but you have, good hair, or you have long hair. I don't know. And kind of like we were talking, I have a different perspective of hair. Like how I was saying, oh, I'm letting it grow out. Or yeah, I could cut it off, but it'll grow back. I've had what did I say? I think did I not I didn't call it like pretty hair privilege, or I called it something like I recognize that I moved through the overall Black community. And I think this is even internationally in many places where, of course, colonization has occurred. And Dr. Meyer, you can talk about the nuances of colorism, but I do recognize that I get passes like kind of for my hair. And I even say, like, whoo, thank goodness I got my mother's hair, not really because her hair was poker straight, but just saying, like, if my hair gets wet, this is what happens. Versus if I have these styles or things that I used to be so envious of when I was younger that my hair just wouldn't do, the very similar to my mother, the time that it takes to do that, whether it's the texturizers or even relaxers, or just dryness, coarseness. I don't have that lived experience. So, I'll just go ahead and pause there.
And there was so much in there. And there's something that I want to say, and that I think, Dr. Maya, you could definitely build on. But it seems like because you're aware that the hair texture that you have, even as an unambiguous Black woman, but yet you have this, it's almost like an anomaly, like, oh, but what's that? You know what I'm saying? Because that doesn't fit what we think of as unambiguously Black features, your hair type. But it's almost as if, I feel like there's often this hesitation of still embracing the beauty that is that. I mean, I went out and bought a wig that is like a similar texture. It's like, there's nothing wrong with acknowledging that this is a beautiful texture and that it's fun to have, and that it's, you know what I mean? Like, it is what it is. I love my own hair. I love my hair when it's in this big, like, circular, spherical, like, fro, and I love what it can do. I just get tired of doing it. That's all, So, and I just want to switch it up. So I feel like sometimes there's also this overcorrection of like, okay, we don't want to like put that type of hair on a pedestal. So we're not even going to acknowledge that it's still good hair just because my Dr. Maya's hair is good hair and my hair is good hair, and we want to wear other hair textures. It does not mean that our hair is not good, and it still doesn't mean that your hair is not good. It's all good hair, and I feel like in a way we overcorrect in that way, and I just want to acknowledge like that's still part of that trauma of like the division that happens based on our features, the way we kind of like do this algorithm of like, okay, light skin, long wavy hair, top of the totem pole, almost white or whatever, but then like dark skin, a little bit down here, but you got straight here. So now you're up here. And I just feel like that's kind of like this algorithm that we put together. And Dr. Maya, you can explain why, because of colorism and featureism, how that plays into the hierarchy that we put people in unconsciously, subconsciously. Even though we say it, we don't realize why we're saying it. I believe that these Black men who were saying this to you, like, oh, you're cute, but you dark skinned, but you got good hair. So you're fine in my book. They don't understand the deep rooted psychology and conditioning that causes them to say that unabashedly and not even be ashamed, to say something like that. And so I just wanted you to kind of lay some groundwork in terms of like how we even got here in terms of like pedestalizing different features and so on and so forth.
Okay, so the expert has entered the building. Thank you, Apryl, for that. That was wonderful because we can sit here and read a lot of research, but when people talk about their actual experiences, then it's really helpful to really highlight like what we're talking about. So yes, what you mentioned, Helese, is very true. The fact is it's called the intersectionality of different features. And so the intersectionality is what causes a hierarchy. A lot of times we think that it's just one feature versus the other, but it's the intersection of all features that are going to cause whatever kind of treatment we have. So a lot of times due to our conditioning, we think in like rigid boxes. So we think, like you said, light skin should be associated with loose hair. We think dark skin should be associated with coarse hair. But we know some light skinned people that might have coarse hair, and we know some dark skinned people that have loose hair. In our conversation outside of this, we gave examples like Chili from TLC. We gave examples like Tatiana Ali, who is in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, where they may be perceived as darker, but because they have a looser hair texture, then they're going to be pedestalized in a way that typical dark-skinned people would not be, or seen as beautiful for this reason. So if you want me to take it back, Helese, I don't want to take up too much time, but essentially, all of this is a problem because of white supremacy, as we know. So I'm just going to talk about colonization in the US, particularly in the fact that during slavery, there was the sexual exploitation of enslaved African women. And this resulted in mixed race children who were half white on the part of the master and who were half Black on the part of the enslaved mother. And so once there started to be like this mixed race population, that's when we see people being prioritized for features. So mainly because these people were not monoracially Black anymore, they are now mixed race. Then we see a prioritization for people that have lighter skin tone, looser hair, features that are similar to whiteness, maybe like a thinner nose, thin lips. We see these things as things that are prioritized. However, because of racial mixing and because of the fact that you are going to get DNA from both parents, we can see people that have light skin, but maybe like a whiter nose. We can see people that have like loose hair, but maybe have a darker skin tone, right? Like going against the things that we would expect people in those groups and categories to have. And based off the particular features that you have that are closer to Blackness or closer to whiteness, is going to be based on how you are treated. So there are some people that are light skinned but have like bigger lips, maybe a wider nose. And I hate to, I bring in pop culture because I think it's a language that we all can speak. Like we can all look up people to understand. So somebody like T.I.'s son would be that. Like he is light skinned, but you can tell that he has Afrocentric features. So he wouldn't be walking around in the world as a white man, if that makes sense, right? Like, yes, he's light skinned, but he still is going to have some features that are associated with blackness. And so still being treated as a black person, but maybe prioritized over some darker skinned black people. So that's what I mean when I'm talking about the person could be light skinned, but they could also have Afrocentric features, or the person could be dark skinned. And now we're going to talk about Lupita and have Eurocentric features. So even though Lupita is dark skinned, she still has a very thin nose. She still has very thin lips. She still has a very thin body. So it's like almost giving proximity to whiteness that makes white people feel comfortable because it's not quote unquote too black. So then she could still be popular and famous in the US, in addition to exoticized because she's not from the US. So it's like super cool, right? Cool name, cool that you're not from the US, cool that she's not Black American. And that allows her to be pedestalized. That is the history of Helese. I'm going to leave it there. But then I will also talk about my own experience real quick because, bro, I'm with you. Okay, sisters. But shout out to my sister. I love my girl. Okay, so in terms of my features, my sister and I have a different hair texture, and my sister and I also have different skin tones. The thing that I will remember until the day I am put into the ground, sis, is that my sister said to me, I have never been teased before because of my skin tone. And I said, girl, what? That's my whole life. What are you saying? But my sister is only like 2 shades lighter. It's not like my sister's light skin. She's just perceived as medium, and I'm perceived as dark skin. And for that, I have to pay a huge cost, right? So my followers already know when I was 12 years old, this guy told me I don't date dark skinned girls to my face. And that's the first time that I realized I was dark skinned. However, you got my sister sitting over here, never hearing that, with just 2 shades lighter. I'm like, wow, what a life. So my sister and I, during the natural hair movement, we will always try to do different styles with our hair, and they never looked the same. My sister's hairstyles will come out exactly like picture, and mine would be like, we're just going to have to start over. We're going to have to try a completely different style. And so one of the biggest things about the natural hair movement is a lot of times they have prioritized, back to intersectionality, texturism, certain hair textures that are normally looser or wavy versus coarser textures. So when you try to use the same products on a coarse hairstyle or a coarse hair texture, it's not going to look how it looks on a wavy hair. So that is the situation there. Then I also told Apryl I've had every hairstyle that Black people can have, a Black woman can have. I've had them all. I've had locks. I've had my fro. I've had twists. I've had zillions. I've had braids. I've had cornrows. Like, I'm like, okay, one of these is going to be socially acceptable. One of these, they're going to be like, I see her, okay? Wore a wig, wore a sew-in. It doesn't matter. It would never matter. So I'm like, at this point, you just do what you want to do. So I'm going to actually show you all the shirt that I'm wearing because my hair used to look like this. This is for you, Apryl. This is for you. Okay, so I used to have locks, and y'all, I thought I was so cute. I was like, nobody ever tells me I have long hair, but once I had locks, it was like, oh my gosh, she got shoulder length hair. I was like, she made it. She has arrived. I was so happy. Anyway, lost that privilege because I cut my hair, but that's neither here nor there. And then the final thing I just want to say, even though my mom is here, I'm going to tell you the truth, Mom, because you need to know. Okay, so my mom is going to be like medium skin tone, but like approaching lighter with the skin tone. My sister like medium, and my mom like leading medium, if that makes sense. Like we have a whole scale and nuance, but I won't get into all of that. And I am perceived as dark skin. Every time I was with my mom, everybody's like, your mom is so beautiful. That's your mom? When I was in high school, this dude was like, I'm trying to get with your mom, though. Like, tell me what's going on. I had to hear this my whole life, standing right next to her. And I would be like, she has a husband. I'm single, but no one's interested in me. She's got a whole rock on her finger, but they're like, where's she going? Literally one time, this man stopped us while we were in the car. I don't know if you remember this, Mom. And he was like, hey, if your husband ain't treating you right, you come and get me. I said, wow. So that has been my whole life because of skin tone. Is like, I told you, my sister big chillin', my mom prioritized, and then me having to hear, be berated, have negative consequences all of the time. And that's why I study colorism, because I'm like, it is super harmful. And even when you have a family that loves you, like my mom would tell me my skin tone was beautiful, my sister, all of the time, that does not help you when the world is being hurtful to you all the time. You feel super alone when you got a mom and a sister to the society that are fire, and you're the one that's the ugly duckling. So I will leave it there, Helese. I said a lot. I hope I answered your question about the history. If you need more history, see my dissertation.
Yes. And you did send me your papers too, which I need to get in a nice focused place to read. But that was great. You explained that so well. And I think you tied in your personal experience so well. And I wanted to bring it back to Apryl when you mentioned that it was just 5 days before our last conversation when we were preparing for this live, that a grown woman was kind of fawning over your hair. Now, she was saying positive things about your hair, right? It wasn't like the negative things that the girl was trying to say your hair was negative by saying it was nappy, like back in the day when you were a kid. She was trying to insult you, but then like this woman is complimenting you. Why did that still make you feel weird?
Because it was coming from that kind of how you mentioned Dr. Maya, like, and how you mentioned Helise, like on that, I call it a rubric.
Mm,
Like, if you
okay.
look at the rubric, it was, and typically she didn't do it, but growing up when people would fawn over my hair, it was followed by, I wish my hair did that, or if I had your hair, I wouldn't have it, always pulled in a ponytail, or in a way that my hair was good, meaning their hair was bad. And
Yeah.
very similar to you, Dr. Maya, my mom told all of us, your skin is beautiful, your hair is beautiful, because we have different like body types. My dad used to call me his little brick house because I got, a lot, a lot going on. And he'd be like, that's okay. Your sisters are built like your mama. You're my little brick house, okay? Because when you're different, it doesn't matter, especially as a child, why. You just know that you're different, which is why I kept my hair pulled back, which is why I very rarely wore my hair out in public because it drew so much attention. And I spent, as I've mentioned to you all, and I've mentioned a couple times before in my videos, my sister and I, she's a year older, integrated a school system in the late 80s. We were the only Black students in the entire school system. And so I grew up being othered. I grew like I've never uh it's a recent thing for me to be proud to be Black. I was never ashamed about being Black, but I knew that I was Black in these white spaces. So let me just, you know, move back into the scenery. And that's how I was raised. Just don't make waves, don't draw attention to yourself. It's almost like, the slaves in the dining room, they're there. People
But
are
they're
just out there
invisible.
talking right, but they just don't exist. And so I was that way in many areas of my life, just not at school. I recognized that I did not have the same like features, at least with my hair, as a lot of other Black people that I was around. And my hair just drew so much attention. And I still don't like a lot of attention. And I'm working on being okay, not trying to control other people's perceptions of me because I do not have the right to control other people's perceptions of me. And I want to celebrate some of these things. But even growing up in a family where everyone's light skinned and showing up like my family picture, and I'm so proud. This is your mother? Like, those are your sisters? Are you adopted? So it got to the point where I would off rip say, and no, I'm not adopted because you have
Mm.
this little chocolate milk and a sea of, cream, even with the grandkids. Everyone's light skinned. All the grandkids are light skinned and not intentionally. It's just how, genetics work out. But yeah, when she did that, it was weird because I have been moving in a space where I'm surrounded intentionally by Black women who are proud, and they are not like playing small, and that includes big hair, sometimes big personalities. How you said, yeah, I've got hair, but I like wigs, and I can switch it up, and I can do just women who are not who are just proud to be Black women and celebrate themselves always. And it doesn't mean that that we all don't have those moments, but, just not ones who want to blend into the background. So having that happen, and with her doing that, yeah, well, like, this is all my hair. And I'm like, ma'am, that's obviously a sew-in, because I can see, I can see this, but her telling me, like, yeah, this is my hair, but that's not the first time that's happened. Like, I have eyes, I can see. And furthermore, who cares? Like, I don't care. I've never cared. I've never cared. And again, that's how I move through life. Like, Dr. Maya, as you were telling your story, I'm like, it made me think of what we have in common. So that's your mom, that's your dad, those are your sisters. You're not adopted.
Mm.
Also, but like, when you talked about the overcorrecting, um, I like being dark. The darker, the better. Like here in Phoenix, and even in Cleveland, where I'm from, born and raised, I would be in the sun all the time. I loved my skin being darker, 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 and especially moving here. But let me tell you why. Because it makes my eyes pop. Like, I have brown eyes. They're like right on the cusp of doing something else. But when my skin is darker, it makes my eyes look. And I used to say, like, I look exotical. I look like a completely like different version of myself, and I loved that. But of course, that came with, are you mixed? What are you mixed with? Or what are you? They usually don't say, what are you mixed with? They say, what are you? Like a human. But I knew what they were saying. I knew what they meant by what are you? Like, or what are you mixed with? What are you? So that, to answer your question 10 years later, that is why it was weird, because like, her insecurities were on full display. And it was one of those instances where, since my hair is good, that means that her hair is bad. And it made her feel like me showing up, my hair makes you feel like insecure. And that's what I've been accustomed to that growing up. Not recently, so it was odd, but I would say like well into my 20s, early 30s. That's where I was accustomed to people.
And I think it's so interesting because when you talked about you talked about so many things. When you talked about loving how your skin looks when it's dark because it makes the color of your eyes pop, and when you talked about like, I've had that feeling too, where I'm like, I love when I get a nice tan because I feel like it makes my dark spots from the acne like blend in, and it makes my skin tone look more even, you know. And I feel like when we talk about these things, I do think we do reserve a right to speak about how we like to look in isolation from the conditioning and the way that other people have been made to feel worse and have been othered and been treated more poorly because they are darker. You know what I mean? Sometimes if you have a skin tone that can be perceived as light or dark, maybe if you're in a room with other dark skinned people and they've experienced heinous, you know what I'm saying, treatment due to that, it can be looked at as like, oh, because you can choose to be dark. You can get a tan and then you can, just stay out the sun. And, I can't choose. But at the same time, it's like in isolation from that, I still feel like as a woman who is just admiring her own beauty in the mirror, we have a right to love different aspects of ourselves as it is or change it. I'm someone who worked in beauty salons for I don't know how many years. In my 20s. I love transformation and change. I'm obsessed with watching like plastic surgery videos and things like that. It's like, look, I feel like we're changeable, we're malleable. And I feel like, again, it goes back to the overcorrection where it seems like I don't want I feel like just because your features may be fetishized or you may be hated on because of them, um, that doesn't mean that you still can't reserve the right to want to change yourself here or there or alter or tweak yourself. I reserve no judgment for a woman who wants to do whatever she wants to her body. It is up to you if you want to take that risk. You know what I'm saying? If you want to, if it goes into the surgery realm and you want to take that risk, I mean, that's on you. Everybody has free will. I don't believe, I'm actually kind of fascinated by it. It doesn't mean that I would necessarily do it. I am considering Sonobella, you know. Just let me get my money up. I am considering Sonobella. It's like a non-invasive, like lipo procedure. But the point is, if you want to take that risk and you do it fully and you are responsible about it, I just feel like that's you reserve the right to do that. So if you reserve the right to do that, you certainly reserve the right to feel like you want to stay out in the sun and get a tan and get darker. I mean, have you seen Black women going viral for like they do like tanning and they do like self tanning with like the bronzer, and like very dark skinned women are doing this because they're like, it gives a nice glow, it gives a sheen, and they show the before and after and they look amazing. I mean, they're literally glowing, you know what I'm saying? They're literally golden. And this is just like something that's going viral that Black women are doing. It's like, who knew that Black women tanned? It's like they're enhancing their beauty with these products on the market, with these procedures that are available, and they're taking back how they used to be shamed or shunned for their skin tone. And and then we have the extreme cases. Okay, we have the Dolezal case, we have the extreme cases, you know what I mean? There's this other woman, she took like these melanin pills, she's got like huge breast implants, and she's like is a white woman, and she's like super I don't know her name, but it's just like, again, but at the end of the day, it's like, that's an extreme case. That's less than 0.01%. Yes. Is it problematic? Sure. But I just feel like there has to be a line, like, wanting to change yourself in any way, shape, or form can't always be like an issue. You know what I mean? While we're still recognizing the larger issues and systemic mindsets that face people today. Can you tell me about like, so when you're in Latin American countries, how did you feel with this texture of hair as a Black woman? Because many Afro-Mexicans do naturally have this texture of hair. They have like a range of textures, but a lot of them I've seen, it's like this tight, coily, like chunky, wavy type of like big hair texture. Did you feel like you fit in? Did people mistake you for being from from Mexico, from Veracruz or something like that? Yeah, talk about that. How did it change when you traveled?
So Mexico, not so much. I will say when I was in Oaxaca, I felt like to see almost black paint on the, how like it's a little like in neighborhoods they tell you slow down because kids are playing that little kind of universal
Yeah.
sign. Like all the sign, the murals on the schools, it was like dark, dark brown. And I'm like, I love this. When
Yeah.
I landed at the airport, I could have been some like Samoa. Like I could have been, I mean, they looked Polynesian, the skin was dark, they had texture to the hair. I'm like, this is gorgeous. That was my first time that I didn't feel like I was in Mexico. Like
Mm.
obviously I'm not I shouldn't say that, but for the most part, obviously, I'm not Mexican. Like when I'm in, walking down the street in San Miguel or whatever, even though in Mexico City, no one stared. I think just because it's so many people, I wasn't othered more, at least just walking down the street. I didn't feel like I was drawing attention. Guanajuato City, yes. Like, but when I went to Cuba earlier this year, I said, oh my God, I felt like that's what made me want to travel to more Afro fill in the blank areas around the world. Hence me going to Cali in Colombia. Like, I want to be around as many Black people as possible. And in Cuba, I felt right at home. Like, oh my
Mm.
goodness, I was in heaven, but feeling right at home and that I blended in also, and looking like a local meant that I got treated like a local that was dark skinned and not as a tourist and not as an American. I have an American privilege when I'm in Mexico and in places where there are not a lot of Black people. I have not been accustomed to being treated differently because overtly how I look since, like early 20s, being in Cleveland. Like yeah. But I would say that looking like I blend in, looking like being around darker skinned people, even like I said in Oaxaca, seeing a variety of shades, it makes me feel a lot more comfortable. It makes me feel good to look around and see people that look like me and or are brown like me. Yeah, and it's a lot of them, not just spatterings here and there, like in San Miguel.
Yeah, I can see that. But would you say the treatment was better or worse? Like you said that you got treated as a like when you were in Cuba, you got treated as a dark skinned Cuban, not as an American.
Yeah.
What I mean.
Oh no, it was horrible.
Mm.
Yeah, they didn't treat like even at the airport, we were all in a group. We all waited to get our luggage. We all waited to go through customs. The group that I was with the exception of me and two other women, one was from France, but was living in London. She was extremely tall. She's like 6 feet tall. So they automatically knew she was from someplace else. And she came in on her own. She didn't come with us. There was another very fair skinned, but meek. You could just tell she was meek. And she was. Older Black woman, probably in her 60s. She came in separate, but I came in with 5 people, 6 of us. Everyone else was white. They all same address because we're staying at the same villa. Same everything, same coming and going dates, whatever. Get there and it was like mothers at a church with the white on, the nursing shoes, the hats, like the white knee highs, all white, sitting at these fold out tables. They were writing things, handwriting things. What's the address? How long will you be here? May I see your papers? I can hear because there were 2 of them. So there's 6 people total, 2, 2, 2, 2. And they just let them breeze through. They told me this address is not correct. First of all, they thought I was Cuban. And then when I told them I was American, they didn't like that. Like, no, soy mexicana. They didn't like that neither. What is this address? This is not a real street. What's the I was just like, huh? But I felt it. It was very familiar. Off rip. I knew what it was. And so I called the one lady back. I was like, hey, can you come over here? You just saw this address. You just saw this address like 20 seconds ago, 30 seconds ago. Also, the place where we were, like people would tell me like, oh, you have such a great time in Cuba. It's so beautiful. And I'm thinking, yes, it's probably a Caribbean. I know it's got to be beautiful. But the area where we were staying was like, as we would call it in Cleveland, we would say it was down the way. Beautiful villa, beautiful, but full-time security. There was someone who actually answered the door, cameras everywhere. We were escorted everywhere we went. At that time, because this is February, there was like garbage piling up. There was just the streets, potholes. There was a smell of like urine in the air, couple other places. And like the streets would be what you would see people with like the waste buckets. They didn't have power. We had power. Our power only went out one time and it was maybe like a couple hours. So we had power, but the people around us didn't have power. And maybe about a 5-minute walk away, there's a street that there's security guards all around it, both ends of the street leading up to that street, pristine. And it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like 6 or 7 restaurants. And, I'm with the group walking up. Of course, we had some local male escort. Well, hold on. That sounded wrong. Well, hold on.
We're going to talk about that. Wait,
Yeah.
no, we're going to talk about that.
Right. So they were like our security escorts, right? Not them type. But they would let them through. They were darker. One was lighter skin, one was darker skin. But they let them through because they knew, okay, these guys are, and then they would kind of stop me and give me that Like I said, soy americana, so like just coming out the gate. And it was so weird. Like, why am I like we look alike, but this kind of like, hey, bienvenido, buenas tardes, blah, blah, blah. And then me. And then soy americana. Oh. Okay, okay. Like, I
Oh,
didn't like
that
that.
would be so weird.
It
Yeah.
was weird, but you know what I told myself? I was like, "P, you're used to this. Yeah, you have to like wrench, as my daddy says, wrench deep down inside of a place, dust this off. But you're used to this because I was there for almost 2 weeks, and I'm like, am I gonna let this ruin my entire time here, or am I just going to adapt and expect it so I don't let it upset me? But for the first like couple of days, I'm like, this is ridiculous. But I don't like being upset. So I have to, go through my own little process. That's what I
Hmm.
decided to do. Like you'll
Hmm.
expect it. No off rip, you're going to be saying that you're American. But that
Hmm.
was Monday through Friday. Saturday, we went to this part of Havana, like old Havana. And I'm like, this is forget night and day. This is like Sunday to Wednesday. Like beautiful. It was like every place was like that street that's around the corner from, the villa where we were staying. And I'm like, whoa. Now we had been going over there to dance at night, but it was nighttime. So I didn't realize it. But seeing it in the daytime, everyone welcoming. No one looked at me like, "What are you doing here?" They could see that I was with other white people. So even though many times people would start speaking to me, presuming that I was Cuban, I was treated so nice. There were some people who didn't make the presumption, like others, like there were no people begging, like with their hands out, following you, coming out the restaurant with leftovers. I had to learn, like, no, I want these leftovers. Okay. My mom will be ready for this. Like, I'm gonna eat this lunch, but just like not feeling bad. Cause at first I'm like, well, and then the white ladies I was with, I'm just so grateful to have, you can have this. And I'm like, no, I'm not giving it. Like, no, we're not doing that. I want this
I
food.
feel you. I
Yeah,
feel you. I do not play when it comes to my food.
Elise,
completely different treatment in Old Habana versus where we were staying. Like mind blowing. So much so that when I go back, and I want to go back as soon as I can. If need be, I'll go back with the group next year now that I know, how they moving. I'll still go back because I love that. I'll still stay in the same villa if we can in February. Um, but otherwise, if I go on my own, I'm staying in that old Havana. That is the part where people are like, you have so much fun. It's so beautiful. I get it. And that's where I'm staying. Let's be clear. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm staying over there.
Helese, can I get a comment from the chat real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, we have the Adelia in the chat. Okay, we have to bring this comment up. Adelia, hello. We recently did a video where we talked about Colombia visas. So please check out Adelia's channel. This is Picky Girl Travels the World. You all are travelers, my subscribers. So this is another incredible wealth of information. You have to see Adelia's channel, especially if you're thinking about finances. Okay, Adelia got your back. Okay, so Pril, your comment. Adelia says, I hate when people talk about how great Cuba is without talking about how different the local experience is from that of a tourist. Would you like to say anything back to that?
Oh, yeah, for sure. So we were staying in a local area, like beautiful villa, blown out building, restaurant, blown out building. Yeah. So I don't that part though was beautiful in its own way. There was a lot of the dark skinned people on living locally. There is no middle class that I saw. There is definitely favoritism from the government because the food even started tapering off. The week we got there was a week that they started restricting fuel and rationing it, prioritizing like the taxis that work for it, like that's, I think they called it state, like state business or government business. So if you were part of a tourism taxi, then you could go. Of course, government vehicles. I don't want to say diplomats, but government employees. And then they started restricting jet fuel. That's why we needed to leave a couple days early. And I made a video on my channel called Cuba, like through my eyes. And I kind of intersperse in there, like what's happening, even like getting emails back to back from Aeromexico, your flight's canceled. Oh, it's been rescheduled. Oh, now you have to go through Cancun and stay there for like 3 hours on the plane while we refuel. Cause they were not allowing planes to refuel there because, again, restricting the fuel, completely decimating especially because I went there to dance for humanitarian reasons. My nonprofit bought a lot of things to donate, medicines, diapers, diaper creams, things like that. But also we were there to study dance. And just how sad they were, like, well, now that they're not allowing these international flights, Europe and just different things to refuel before they leave, these flights are not coming there. And that is a large part of the economy, people coming to study dance. But yes, to Adelia's point, I think that the tourists don't even know that part exists. And it's like with many places, even in Jamaica, I know we'll touch on certain parts of Jamaica later, but even Jamaica or other tourist destinations where they have these beautiful resorts, Mexico, Cuba as well. Like there's resorts, there's tourist areas. And if you never leave from there because you really have no reason to, almost like the Vegas Strip, there's some people who don't, you do realize that it is a city, right? That there's people who actually live there and it's not limited to the Strip or these like tourist destinations. But yeah, being there, watching the garbage pile up, the air just becoming thick with, like, I was about to say odors. No, it was like stenches. No one talks about that part. And I think when people think about the Cuban people and outside of the resorts, if they do think about it, I found it beautiful because it reminded me of being down south where, no, they may not have a whole bunch, but Miss Such and Such has this, Mr. So-and-so has that. So we're about to get together and make something shake. It was beautiful to see the resilience. And I don't want to say that in like Black people are so strong, but to see the joy that they still had because they know they had each other. This was not the first time. It wasn't going to be the last time. That is what you didn't see on the tourist side. You didn't see that sense of community because those people are coworkers or we are patrons at restaurants or different businesses, things like that. And it was great over there. Like I said, I'm gonna stay over there now. But but I still will go to school down the way. It's a local school. So I would still have to, take a taxi or a BC taxi there. But it is completely disparate situations. There are people who are unaffected, and then there's everybody else who's going through it.
That is really good. You had a lot of information too. And before you continue, Helese, you got what you wanted. We have a comment in Espanol. It is from Maria. Mi abuelo materno era de Cuba. So
can I translate?
Yes, do it.
Okay.
I know that one. My maternal grandmother is Cuban.
There we go. So I just wanted to bring that on the stage for you all. Please continue.
Hola, Maria. I wonder where she came to us from because I did post this in a bunch of Mexico channels, Mexico WhatsApp channels. So that'll be really interesting to see where she came to join us from. But okay, all right. Since we're talking about Cuba, And since we're, let's get back into the fetishization and just all the different things you've seen. You talked about traveling with a group, and you talked about some of your experiences with the women and their interaction with the local men there. So can you please talk about some of the things that you witnessed in terms of, how men were fetishized and how white women played into that, and the sexual tourism of it all?
So Cuba, as with many, I think, countries where poverty exists and beautiful people exist and brown and black people, I did see at certain tourist places, you could tell that they were sex workers, the women. Some restaurants that I would be in see these old white men with these super young, black women. I remember one time specifically, she just kept pulling at her clothes. We were in one of the, I guess, nicer, not I guess, one of the nicer restaurants, and I could just see her like she was so uncomfortable. And I remember because I could see her like I could see their legs, from my angle, and her just like knee was just do shaking. She was uncomfortable being in that place. She was uncomfortable being with that man, I'm sure. Also, as with many places, there are the Wahite women who, and I'm not saying that there's no black women who do this.
Can
I'm
you just
sure there are.
explain why he told me?
Oh, Wahite. Okay.
White.
From the Wahite tribe.
I feel like I don't want people to think that's a whole nother ethnic group.
No, so the white ladies, and I think I was telling y'all, they were talking about these black men who were taxi dancers. So they're dancers that you pay to go out with you socially. And talking about some of the instructors running through these men, talking about them like they're swapping Pokemon cards. It was, oh, my husband knows that I come here. He goes to the Dominican Republic. He knows I take my Cuba trips. And other ones, oh my God, if my husband knew, he would kill me. Just like, help me understand what's happening. Like,
right.
The annual trip. Some of them are repeats. Some have been coming to Cuba for years, but simply to like discussing all of these black men that they have had sex with. And like, I liked this guy. Oh, well, Dr. Maya, I know you said that you're going to see him on Thursday, but can I swap that? Yeah, because I like such and such better. So yeah, we can. And I'm like, what is happening right now? I was like, oh shit. Like, like it reminded me, of, and what I would imagine that like white women sitting around on plantations, like how they talk about these black men as commodities.
Yeah.
And these
that's what it's giving.
Their penises and their penises only. Like it was so crazy. Not like, oh, it's got a great personality or oh, this, oh, that. No, just like
strictly body parts.
Yes, he was, blowing backs out. So I like this guy better than that guy. And he's a little bit skinnier. And, I don't know, like I like this guy. He has more muscles. And not that I like to talk about people in their looks, but we about to talk about people in their looks. Okay. These are not, the Wahite tribe's finest. White women, okay? These are not, what would be considered like universally attractive, period. These are people's mothers, grandmothers, like just, yeah. And me and the other black woman, the one that I told you is French, but living in London, she was kind of having a WTF moment. And I'm like, girl, right? We're doing the, telepathic black thing.
So it's really interesting to me that they feel comfortable talking about this around you. Because do you think that they even understood that this is just not something that you would do, or was it more like a disregarding of your presence type of thing, or just a total lack of awareness that this is very offensive to be so objectifying of these people, and that it gave you those plantation, you know what I'm saying? Like those plantation, like ancestral memory flashbacks. You know what I mean?
No, I don't even think that they were aware. Everyone on that trip was not running through the black men. Everyone was not talking about that. But I grew up like, you don't say certain things in mixed company. We would be considered mixed company. Hey, Dr. Kamani.
Dr. Kamani has entered the chat. We are so happy that you are here. Dr. Kamani, you're the one that brought Apryl and I together. Marissa, we got the whole Job Liberation Summit team here, okay? So everybody, remember, we're going to follow Dr. Kamani as well. You are a survivor of toxic jobs. You need help, recommendations. Dr. Kamani has your back. Marissa and Kamani are working overtime to help y'all to get rid of those toxic jobs. So please make sure that you check out Lifting as We Climb Consulting. What y'all need to know is Alicia is the reason that we're here. Alicia, I'm gonna always put respect on your name. You are the reason that we are here. You gave this idea of the fetishization of Black features abroad. So I want everybody to give a warm welcome to Alicia because she is the reason that we have this topic, okay? We appreciate you for that. And I'm thankful to all of my sisters, all three of you, for wanting to be bold and have this kind of difficult discussion. So, Helese, we're going to let you take it away if you want us to continue on with Apryl, if you want to move on to a different part of the discussion, whatever you want to do. I know the chat was hot. Alicia, you came in, the chat was hot, the conversation was hot, a lot was happening. Apryl, Helese, we're going to work and we're going to cool it down or do whatever is necessary.
Let's go into Alicia. Of course, we thank Apryl because she's giving us the nitty gritty. I mean, I know, Dr. Maya, I know you're going into retirement, but when we return to doing this on a regular basis next year, let's get on Patreon or something. Let's, make it members only so we can really talk. Alicia, you are a Jamaican American woman and you are a Black woman. And I know you have a lot to say about the fetishization of Blackness and Jamaican culture, not only within Jamaica and within the tourism type of industry, but also abroad. And we've been kind of waiting. I'm so happy you're here. We've been waiting to get into this really juicy conversation because me not being Jamaican, still having so much exposure to Jamaican culture, or at least the part that's exported out into the United States, I feel like we all can have stories about, Jamaican culture and our relationship with it and how we've seen that. But tell us about, number one, tell us about Tree Local Herbs. Tell us about your business, who you are, the content you produce, and your background, and, what you have to say about this topic. And so go for it.
Hi, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. What a beautiful introduction as well. The conversation that we had, Maya, was like, almost 2 months ago now. So much has happened in between that convo and now. So yeah, there was a really good conversation we had, why this was inspired in the first place, because I don't know, just living abroad as a Black woman, so many fun adventures. My name is Alicia. I am the founder of Tree Local Herbs, which is a studio dedicated to herbalism and community. And so I have a studio here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where I'm based. And I teach people about the wonders of plants and healing. I run workshops where I show people how to make remedies, working with plant medicine. And I also do consultations one-on-one with individuals around the world, virtually. And this work has brought me a lot of happiness and joy and peace to my heart because it means a lot to me. I come from a family of farmers, and so a lot of the knowledge that I have comes from my family, and my knowledge is specific to just generational details. So I'm happy to be here again. What else shall I say? Shall we jump into maybe?
Yeah. So first, I mean, maybe you can define cultural appreciation. As you know, Jamaican culture is very much appreciated around the world. You talked about living in Brazil and how you've experienced that versus appropriation and some of the things that you've seen being in Jamaica and how the locals interact with the tourists and that relationship, just kind of stream of consciousness, just kind of like go where your heart tells you to go in terms of sharing about this.
I really love your play on words there, appreciation and appropriation. I didn't see that coming. I was like, oh wait, I like it. Little play there. So I would say, generally speaking, globally at a global scale, it's kind of amazing how impactful Jamaican culture has been around the world and how recognized we are. I don't think I've met anyone who doesn't know anything about Jamaica. I've met people who don't know certain places in the world. So that's why I say that. Like if I mention a country or even a location of a country geographically, people are like, what are you talking about? And I guess that sometimes happens even maybe when you get to the very, very finite details of Jamaica, especially in places where people don't travel a lot. Brazil is a great example of that. And I think just like the cute thing is that like people always refer to Bob Marley and marijuana and beaches, and I'm like, yeah, there's more to the island than that. So when anyone comes to the table with even more added color to the country because it is so diverse, if they know that we have a very large Chinese population or people of Chinese descent, if people know anything about like Alton Ellis or Marcia Griffith, which are other Jamaican musicians, I think that that's beautiful, because I'm like, oh, you really know, about Jamaica. Or the fact that, we got our independence in the 60s, or that we're related to the crown in England and about the Windrush generation there. There's this fantastic history that we have as an island. And so a lot of the things that I like to do or aim to do is share more of that with people because, each one teach one, right? People know what they know. And so if I can help them along and expand their vocabulary outside of Bob Marley and marijuana, I am here for that. And I think when it comes to appropriation, I don't. Okay, I do see a lot of that. I was gonna say I don't really see. I do see a lot of that. It's so hard to know though sometimes. At least here in Brazil, for example, they have such a great appreciation for my culture, but at the same time, I sometimes have a hard time discerning the difference between appropriation and appreciation. We have a lot of DJs and a lot of really great kind of institutions dedicated to Jamaican culture here. Um, I guess maybe what makes it a little odd sometimes is that I don't I don't know how much they're giving back to the island what they've taken. Maybe that's what we should
Mm,
really kind of creating some difference there to understand whether or not it's strictly extrapolation or if it's giving back in some meaningful manner. Um,
mm.
so that's actually something for me to think more about. I think that's a really
What curious? Okay, so what do you mean by that? Okay, in taking from an island, you mean like, for instance, if you're branding yourself as a DJ of Caribbean or dance hall, something, some kind of form of music that, originated in Jamaica. So like reggae or dance hall. And what do you mean by giving back to the island? What would that look like, for instance, for a DJ or for someone who maybe, well, I don't know if locks originated in Jamaica because I was going to say like maybe they originated in Africa, ancient, Ethiopia, who knows? But I just feel like what if they're actually saying like, yes, this is the vibe I give, and they're creating a business out of that, and they're getting their brand name and popularity off of that. What would in Brazil, or somewhere else outside of Jamaica, what would it look like to give back to the island in that way?
I think a good example of this, because I just had this conversation with a friend of mine who's also Jamaican American. There's a lot of content. The algorithm knows what I like. So my Tree Local Herbs account on Instagram is very much all things Jamaica. So what I have seen a lot lately is folks from Europe European DJs, European artists, European archivists, whatever they are. They make a lot of beautiful content about the island and the people. But I don't know how much they're giving back. And when I say give back, I mean, it could be, monetary compensation. It could be, I don't know, maybe a cultural exchange. You give me your culture and I teach you about my culture in some way that's beneficial for both parties. There was a very problematic video that I watched because we don't have clear answers for what exactly took place, but it was a guy, I think, from the Netherlands who was kind of scavenging. He was looking for really, really old, out of print, or I don't know, how do we talk about records? Is it out of print? Out of production?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah,
out of
just
press, maybe?
discontinued.
Still,
Yeah.
yes. Very old, hard to find reggae music, like ska from maybe so many decades old content. And some woman was taking him through this very arduous path. It was like they went through a gully, they climbed up a hill, they went through a house to another house. It was like such an adventure. And the guy was recording the entire way, just to kind of build the story. And the woman led him to this very old man's home. And this guy had this sick record collection, just old vinyls from so many different time periods. And the guy was just leafing through everything and taking whatever he wanted. And I'm like, I didn't see an exchange of money.
Okay, I see what you're saying there.
Sitting there in a rocking chair watching the whole thing unfold. And that made me upset. That made me so upset. And you see that constantly happening over and over again. Jamaicans just give wholeheartedly because we're good people, but we don't think about, what that looks like in the long run, I also think a little bit about just it feels kind of exploitative,
Yes. Even you
so
describing that.
Yeah, it's not
I
good.
felt
It's not a
it.
good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all. It gives colonizer again and again, modern day colonization.
Because especially since you said the Netherlands, so these are all white people, right? Like these and when you're talking about when you're in Brazil, you're talking about these DJs. These are not Brazilian DJs. These are like European DJs who come to Brazil and do reggae music as like their set.
Okay, well, Brazil.
Because I can see, I mean, all you had to do was say that they were white. Honestly, I could totally see it. But I feel like, because I was wondering, I was like, okay, if they're like Afro-Brazilian and they are doing Jamaican music in Brazil for Brazilians, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know, and I don't think that economically Jamaica and Brazil are on the same. I don't know enough about global economics to know, but I feel like they're in a more similar position than like the Netherlands and Brazil or Jamaica. So I can totally understand like why, like you're saying, why didn't we see something displayed in that little montage of like this person who's basically carrying the culture's like musical archive in their home being compensated, or hopefully you put those records back and hopefully it was literally just for the grant that you took them, because like, what are you doing? You're taking our cultural artifacts and you're just like, and now you're going to go around the world and make a whole bunch of money by doing this music that you literally had no part in creating and, probably had no part in even popularizing, and yet you're just going to make a bag off of it. I totally get the difference between that and like Brazilians from Brazil doing, you know what I'm saying? Especially like non-white Brazilians from Brazil doing Jamaican music and spreading that deeper among the culture of Brazil so that it kind of becomes like ingrained in that way. I don't know. It does feel different. I mean, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think it matters where someone is from when they're exporting Jamaican culture, or do you think that it matters the race, the ethnicity of the person and all of that?
Yeah. Maya, did you want to say something? I saw you getting ready.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I always just like get close to the mic. Okay, really quickly, just from the chat, Maria says, go ahead, Alicia, and tell them we are out of many. We are one people. And then I just also really quickly want to say Whimsically Brit is in the chat. Hello from Amsterdam. Whimsically Brit also has her own channel, and she has been on my channel, and we talked about countries in Asia, Japan, India. So you definitely want to check out Whimsically Brit's content. She has some really great shorts and like wears beautiful ensembles from the Asian continent. And so you all just definitely need to check out her work. And then finally for you, Helese, there is someone in chat that's saying hello to you from Cali, Colombia. And so I just want to recognize when people are in the chat, we got to say hi just a little bit, but we're going to get right back into it. So Helese and Alicia, please continue.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you did that. Hi, everyone. So you asked us a great question. Brazil is quite a parallel universe when it comes to race relations and the racial structure of the populace here. So we do have our white Brazilians, and those are the ones that are profiting mostly from Jamaican culture, at least in Sao Paulo. I haven't been all over the country. The country is massive. It eats up most of South America, so I can't really speak to that. There is a beautiful, beautiful state in the north that I want to visit one day because I think they probably do reggae right because it is so integrated into the culture that's in Maranhão. And so they have their own style of dance dedicated to, or at least with stemming from Jamaican culture and reggae culture, as well as like their own music and their own style specific to how that's kind of co-merging, I guess, with the Brazilian culture, which I think is kind of beautiful, at least from what I've seen. Let's see once I get there. But I've seen a lot of really great content coming out of there, so I'm going to try to get out there this year. Yeah, particularly white Brazilians, and similar to what you see in the US and anywhere else in the world, they get a lot of privilege, they have a lot of access, they're the ones who are traveling, they're the ones who are able to book artists from Jamaica to come in and do performances within their venues. It's more or less the same. It's more or less the same. And so it actually makes me a little uncomfortable because you'll have entire groups dedicated to reggae culture. So kind of like I don't know what to call it. Kind of like I'm thinking about Moose Lodge. It's not a Moose Lodge. It's a collective. It's a collective of artists, usually white, long locks. You know, they'll be speaking a little patois with like a little Brazilian flair to it. It is the wildest thing I've ever seen in my life. And I'm like kind of like feeling it because I'll go to these venues because I want to hear the music, right? I'm like listening to stuff that I grew up with that my dad used to play on the play on vinyl. And so that was my logic in the beginning. And then as I continued and lived longer here and started to understand exactly how race works in Brazil and how it's not that different, if not probably worse, because slavery just ended here. So things materialize differently when it comes to racism. Things materialize differently when it comes to lack of access and gatekeeping of information in certain spaces. And so those things have to be acknowledged, you know, and even acknowledged as a person who's a foreigner. You know, I have a certain responsibility to take that knowledge and look at it differently, look at things differently, you know, being more informed as a foreigner living here, as an immigrant living here. And so all that to say, I see it. I see it and I look it and I'm like, this doesn't feel right in my body. This doesn't feel right in my Jamaican soul. And so I have to kind of take heed in that way. But that's such a great question.
And not even being Jamaican, like it doesn't feel right to me either, because it's like you said, the ones with the privilege, they're profiting the most. And sometimes they don't acknowledge and they don't partner with people from that culture to make sure that at least somebody from that culture can benefit as well and like raise their profile and benefit from the privilege of these people who stole these resources in the first place. You talked a little bit about just how race works in Brazil. Like you mentioned it, but can you go into that? Because I don't think a lot of people know about that dynamic in Brazil. So can you talk about just your experience, just as some background information? And I thought it was, because I did hear you talk about it on Dr. Maya's channel, and it was fascinating. I had to go back and listen to it a few times to kind of grasp it. But yeah, and just how you move in Brazil as a Jamaican, you know what I mean? And just anything you can tie, back to, like, I guess, being a Jamaican and having your culture, and just like how that plays into your lived experience.
Totally. So many things to talk about. Let me see if I can keep this focused. So, Brazil is hyper racist. I know that they want to do better, as we all do. I want to say that. That sounds really positive, so I'm going to keep with that. It's interesting though, because racism shows up differently here. So to kind of back up even further, so Brazil has a very interesting system for how they identify race. So we have the pretos, which are the blacks, depending on how I'll just keep everything masculine because I'm thinking about everything in Portuguese. The pretos, the brancos, the whites. Then we also have the indigenous. So I guess that would be the indigenous population. And then we also have the kind of Asian populace, and then we have the Pardus. So the Pardus are kind of like an amalgamation of all the races. If you are probably, maybe a better way of saying that from maybe like a more US lens is a population that's more ethnically ambiguous. And it's really unfortunate because what that means is that while slavery ended so late in Brazilian history, or I guess in comparison to other countries in the world, you see things a little bit differently. For example, if you go to a museum, they still have all the equipment that was used in slavery available to the public to just look at. I'm like, oh my God, this is like here, like real chains, real shackles. Even like certain artifacts that are just in pristine condition, anything that they haven't destroyed yet. And so there's a really nice Afro museum or African specific museum here in Sao Paulo that I really love, and I can share that name later. And so like places like that, I think, do a really good job of holding on to that knowledge just to share versus erasing that, because Brazilian and even at the top of society, they don't want to really acknowledge slavery in that manner. They have this thing called racial democracy here, which is the belief that everyone's Brazilian, which actually works, I think, in terms of how the rest of the world looks at Brazil. Because I know when I got here, I was like, white Brazilian, what's that? I thought y'all were all Brazilian. I had no idea until I stayed here a little bit longer and actually started reading the books about all of this in further detail. And so there's a lot of really, really, really fantastic scholarly research that's done on this. I keep buying books about it because I'm just so fascinated by how all of this works. Just the general makeup, it's so complex, it's so layered, it's so heavy. But with these different groups, the Pardus, the Brancos, the Pretos, all of that is kind of like a very, very difficult conversation for a lot of Brazilians, also in how people identify or self-identify. So, for example, I could meet a person. I had a whole lunch with a language partner of mine. I think this was last year, and him and I hit it off. We were like getting on. He's introducing me to his partner, and just enjoying ourselves. And then they made a comment while we were at lunch, and they're like, yeah, I love dating Black people. I'm like, who's Black at this table? What are you talking about? They're like, oh, I'm Black. I'm like, oh, really? I did not realize that, because they present differently. The definitions that are applied to individuals at birth, how they self-identify, and how society sees them, all plays a role in who someone is. But it's hard because not all three of those things will agree. And my version of Black from the US, coming from predominantly Black nation like Jamaica, et cetera, is looking like everyone here on this call. And that's not necessarily the case in Brazil. typically like someone who is very, very fair skinned, very loose textured hair, just a little bit of melanin in their skin, a little bit of pigment, classifies them as Black, but not always. And so it's always a conversation. It's similar to how we treat kind of gender identity in the US, where you ask about someone's pronouns. I've now made it a rule for myself to ask someone what their race is because I just don't know. I don't even trust my own eyes to make that distinction, because someone that I think is Black might identify as white. Someone who I think is white might identify as Black or Pardu or anything in between. Sometimes they also introduce other nomenclature like Morena or Moreno, which is like brown skin. Because they don't want to be classified as Black because of what that's associated with, being the dregs of society. So all of that plays a huge role in how people make those distinctions and how they make those associations based on treatment from society and what they want to be associated with. You also have some people who wake up one year and they're like, I'm Black. The next year they're like, you know what, I'm going to be white. They can do that. They can do that. So it's very fluid. It's very confusing. I have decided, again, just to make that a conversation with it when I meet people, because it's kind of out of respect as well. Because I think, if I don't see someone as Black, but they identify as Black and they have certain treatment and lived experiences, I can't deny any of that. But those experiences change from person to person. Some people have it worse than others, depending on how dark they are or where they live. If they're in the South, which is like the most racist part of Brazil, because they have a large kind of Eurocentric lineage, it'll be harder for them than it would be maybe in like the North and like Salvador and Bahia, which is the Black Mecca of the country. So like, there's a lot to talk about on this topic. I love talking about it because it's like I just keep learning more and I keep eating more. Right now I'm learning about the actual makeup of how all of this was created, the kind of the archives specific to the conversations that were had by government when they decided to introduce racial democracy in Brazil, and also how they defined classification of people. And it goes into like phrenology, it goes into head shape, it goes into all of these very, very, it's fake science. And so I just want to read about it because it affects how we live today in society. And tonight. But also, the one last thing I want to talk about is status in class. So there is a system. I don't know that too well at the moment. I still need to do a little bit more reading on it, but they have a lettering and numbering system to where people fall in the class ladder here. And class is a very big deal. I typically say that erasure is massive in the US, and then class is a massive topic here as it relates to race. But, Brazil has its history of erasure with branquitude, I think is what they call it, the whitening process that took place here. Argentina probably succeeded in taking things further there, which is why they're like the most despised country in all of South America.
Oh my God, Alicia, let me take this away. So, y'all, fun fact, the first place I ever studied abroad was Argentina. Not my choice. I was 16, but I have to answer to that now for the rest of my life. But I went to Argentina, never saw any Black people, was fetishized. This is great conversation, right? They always wanted to take pictures. They were fascinated by me. And I had wondered years later, like, why I didn't see any Black people. And I have heard that Argentina is the Paris of South America. So whenever they're like advertising what's safe and great in South America, you should go to Argentina, specifically talking to Europeans and white people in like the US. And so I've done more research, and exactly what you said, Alicia, is true, that they actually murdered, and I will not take this out of this video, they actually murdered the Black population in Argentina, and that is why they do not exist, or that is why we don't see as many Black people as there actually should be. And there was times in their history that they had a reduced price or no price at all for visas for people that were from Europe to whiten the population. So there was an incentive for more white people from Europe to come to Argentina, and there was the erasure, the extermination of Black people in the space. So I just wanted to say that. And then, Alicia, you have two comments in the chat. You have this one about reggae music as a product of Jamaica. And then the same person wanted to know when you were talking about, I think, like people waking up white, going to sleep black. I don't know, choosing to be black one day, choosing to be white one day. I don't know, Prill. I don't know if that was a remnant of the slave mentality.
Uh, yeah, there's a lot of things that are remnants of the slave mentality here. And it's
And the
so
class ladder as well is probably maybe what they were referring to as well. And I'm so glad that you didn't shy away from talking about all of this again, even though you went quite deep into it in Dr. Maya's previous video, that the one-on-one you had with her, is because I just think it's fascinating where they are in history, you know, compared to the rest of the world and what's actually happening today, and that they like they're doing these systems today, and this is not in the 60s and this is not in the 1800s, that it's happening today. So that's why I'm glad that I think it was really important to like say that again here. But anyway, go ahead.
oof, man. I mean, like, the thing about it is like a lot of this knowledge that I have is just lots of reading. And then within this reading is a lot of anecdotal evidence. And the reason why I say it's anecdotal is because people are sharing stories. I mean, stories from lived experience, that is kind of the foundation for all of this, right? And how these things really self-realize, I think. There was like a really nice dissertation that I had read by this doctor. I'll have to share the title later, but it's called Interracial Families in Portuguese. And I read the stories several times because I was learning the language, but also I was trying to comprehend what I was reading because the stories didn't feel real. And I found myself, you know, finishing a chapter in tears because of how painful these stories are. And essentially, and this is going to also link back to whether things are remnants of slavery, which yes, 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 they are. And great question. Because the way Brazilians treat each other within their family units is essentially a mirror to what's happening in society. So you'll have naturally a very interracial family here where it's like, you know, maybe a white mom, black dad, or a Pardu dad, or whatever, some kind of makeup. Your kids are going to come out. It'll be a surprise, whatever happens, especially if you have multiple kids. Some kids will be darker than others, some will be lighter than others. But these kids get treated accordingly. And if the parents aren't educated, or if the family unit is not educated, I'm talking about grandmothers, and grandfathers, so that's a different generation, one. Two is like, you know, self-love, also understanding what happened historically for things to be the way that they are, and to understand a lot of that is based on lies in order to validate the treatment of people, and placing certain structures in place so that some people have opportunities and others don't have opportunities. I wouldn't have to spell that out for you guys. You'll have I won't share this story because it's personal to a friend who shared it with me, but I've seen similarities that I can share in terms of, you know, if you have a daughter who's darker than her brothers, she'll be called just Preta or Pretinha, you know, or Little Black. That would be the nickname. That's what everybody calls her. And I'm like, wow, this is just the reality. This is how it is. You know, it'll be also like, we don't like your hair texture, or not being comfortable with one's, you know, skin tone and hair texture, or certain features that they have. And a lot of that, again, is coming from slavery, right? It's like who's lesser than and who's better than. And all of that is a lot of trauma that is developed from such a young age. Like these things are I guess, formalized so early on in people's childhoods that they take this with them into their own rearing of their own children, you know, like this, like the cycle continues, and some people exit that cycle and some people stay within those circles for years and years and years, not realizing that they could have I guess, like a different perspective, and understanding that all of this is just, you know, these it's a fallacy, you know. That's the word that I usually come to. It's all fallacy. And it breaks my heart because it's like, I'll have conversations with people and you hear a lot of the lack of self-worth and the low self-esteem. Very often I see how people keep their heads lowered, not always, but like, people who work in service who are usually Black, because again, they've been told so many times over and over again their entire lives that they're not worth anything. I've been told by a woman here when I was, because I take ceramics here, and she's a white Brazilian. And I remember walking into class one day and I was like looking for this thing and asking something of my teacher in Portuguese, whatever, no big deal, it's just another day. And she approaches me later in English and we have lunch and we're talking. And she's like, I knew you weren't Brazilian. And I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? How am I not Brazilian? I'm kidding, no. I have a very clear accent. But anyone on this call could be Brazilian because Brazil is such a melting pot, which is probably why racial democracy does so well here. But she's like, the way that you move, the way that you carry yourself, you don't seem like a Brazilian woman, a Black Brazilian woman for that matter. And I had to think about that a little bit because I had to relate that to what I had seen of other Black women here. And, it's heartbreaking. It's essentially heartbreaking because it's, again, it reminds me of like, I don't know, like antebellum South. It reminds me of like, the Reconstruction era. It reminds me of just, what Black people had to do in the US to get to where we are today. And still there's so much work to do, but you have to kind of buck the system and buck the beliefs that have been taught to you that you're less than. And I think we're doing a fucking amazing job in comparison to what I see here. And so Brazil has a long way to go, but this is just where they are currently.
Y'all really trying to get me in trouble on this channel.
No, I wanted to say that
words. What is this?
Well, and I'm so glad that we went here because I was just like, well, how are we going to take it back to like, Jamaica and but I just feel like your experience as a Jamaican American woman in Brazil is important in and of itself because it is coming from that lens, like whether you're talking about Jamaican culture being exported around the world or not, like it's literally just as important just because it's your lived experience being in that country. And like you said, where the country is a very unique place in history. And it's crazy to think that that's where that country is. And look how long it took the United States to get where it is. And we're still not where we need to be. And there's even been a regression. So, how much longer is it going to take for generation upon generation upon generation of Brazilian Black people to literally just be audacious and hold their head up? And it's so interesting. You talked about that, like in terms of, it feels like antebellum South. I noticed because I moved to New York when I was 17 and I stayed there till I was like 30. So even when I got to New York, they were like, did not think I was from the South. And I think there is a type of like humility, but not in a good way. And like, I don't know, it's like kind of like shyness or like, and I see it even today in 2026 when I'm in the South here, there's like a downtrodden, unless you're talking about maybe in these major hubs like Atlanta, or unless you're talking about like New Orleans, or you know what I mean? Like these major international hubs that are like major cities, but just like in the random South, just small town, larger town, smaller city-ish type of thing. It's like, it's a mindset of like, you don't challenge the status quo. You do not challenge the white man. I mean, even though so much progress has been made from groups in the South, it's almost like there's still a huge dichotomy of like Black and white. And that's the dynamic. And that's what it is. It's just, that's what it is. It's not like when you get like a place like New York, there's so many other cultures that are mixed up in there. And the audacity and the audaciousness of the people there who are from the Caribbean and from Latin America and from like, it's just not the same. So I'm not surprised that this white Brazilian woman could see that you were not Brazilian because you just move. It's just a confidence, so it's just crazy that, and then the thing is, it's hard to just say to maybe a Black Brazilian woman, like, oh, why can't you just be confident or white? Because it's like, I feel like that's probably a threat to their literal life. You can't be the only one. It would have to be a group. And even then, who's to say what other forces could come into play? There could be more massacres and more, you know what I mean? Like, systematic genocide, basically. And so it's just crazy that we have people, Black brothers and sisters from around the world who are currently going through that. And I don't know. That's why I just feel like I was thinking about this just in terms of like people who in my inner circle and how I think and what I'm used to just talking about and what kind of conversations are interesting to me at this point in my life. And the reason why these conversations are so interesting to me and the reason why most of my inner circle is people who have moved away from their hometown is because I just really think if you have the impetus or the desire to like go somewhere and you just don't like, if you're just born and raised somewhere and you just don't leave, I really don't know what kind of mindset that is. You know what I mean? Like, especially if you don't live in an international city where you're exposed to a lot of different people from different places. How could you not want to understand the world outside of your comfort zone, because it's really so easy, especially coming from a huge country and an empirical country like the United States, to be just like thinking that everybody in the world is like this and only being satisfied with what they show you on TV. But it's like, I feel like each and every one of us and many people in the comments here, if they have the opportunity, even if they can't physically go, they will research, they will look. I mean, they're on this call, you know what I'm saying? They're listening to this because they want to understand the stories of all these different people who went outside of the beaten path in these countries to understand what these people's experiences are. It's just so important for self-growth and self-development as a human being on this planet, because we're all in this together. We're all on the same planet. Like, even though we're very far apart, we are all connected here. And unless we don't want to see it improve, we need to understand like where other people are and have compassion for that. It's really the only way. And I feel like the best way to have compassion for that is to go explore it, dig deep, talk to people. And the internet has made that so easy. Like, it's like you don't have to physically go to these places, although if you can, I feel like you should. But read, talk to somebody online, like watch a documentary, like try to understand what someone who you will never meet like goes through. We're just talking about race and ethnicity right now, but what if we just talk about the experiences of women around the world and how far behind some countries are? Yeah. So I just wanted to say that. So thank you so much, Alicia, for sharing that. And you can continue. I mean, you can continue if you would like. I know that you had a limited time with us. I wanted to kind of go into dating. We share some of our stories there. So I don't know when you have to hop off, and maybe you could start off talking about what has your experiences been dating in Brazil as a Jamaican American. I always say that because it's like, even though you're American, you're Jamaican, and you made that very clear that you are always going to represent Jamaica and maybe sometimes only represent Jamaica.
Yeah. Lately, I have only said that because it's also like, it's a matter of
for your own safety and comfort because of what's happening politically right now. I mean, like, you're doing it for your protection and
pretty much. When he's out of office. Oh, sorry.
Oh, it's okay. What time do you have to go?
I can do so it's 4 here, so like 5:10, and that's my time. Was that 4:10 your time? And I'm gonna have as well.
Okay, let me
so about 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
15 more minutes. Okay, let me just put up a comment for you really quickly. So it's perfect, Helese, that you went into dating, because we have From Lifting As We Climb that mentioned an experience of being in high school and being followed by a group of Italian men, and them calling out compliments to them in Italy. And I think that this is a perfect way to actually transition into, okay, no worries, and to transition into what we're talking about. I know that we had discussed, team, that we were going to go with the comments later into the discussion, but since Alicia does have to hop off, I just wanted to make sure that she was able to see the comments that had been made. And then we also had someone that mentioned that they were really tired of the foolishness. The beauty of our race is we come in many different shades. We're the only race that has this, and I can attest to this, that we have seen and done research on this, that there are 200 different shades that Black people can come in. And so that is correct. And then there was also a comment for you, Alicia, that about what you were talking about, right? About the causing of separation, united we stand, divided we fall. And then in Panama, it was gold and silver. Gold were the whites and silver were non-Black back in the day. So just wanted to mention that. And we had someone, oh my, okay, I'm loving this. I have visited 47 countries and have never experienced a place where Black women are fetishized. Men, yes, everywhere. Women, no. And
But how would you know? First of all, that is just a ridiculous statement, because it's clearly not true, because we're literally talking about our lived experiences where Black women are fetishized. And I feel like literally one Google search could prove to you that this is wrong. What you actually meant was that you didn't have the eyes to see this fetishization. That's a more accurate statement.
for real, the chewing on the food for me, it was the chewing on the food for me. Okay, so we are going to move into dating. We only have Alicia for about 15 more minutes, so we'll just let Alicia go. And then after Alicia hops off, we'll go ahead and take our break, okay?
Yeah, I do want to speak to that, like really quickly, touch on that topic. I just left a comment for the panel here, where even I know that Black men are fetishized and I'm not a man. And so that, hey, I don't know, it's fine. But now you know. Black women are fetishized. That's the topic of this conversation. Here are stories. But I think this is a nice segue too, because I actually was gonna kind of touch on this briefly, on the kind of the slave mentality and what that looks like in terms of dating here. And so there's a lot here at play, unfortunately. So if we talk about the fetishization of men, and a lot of the stuff, the stories that we've heard, things that we've read, in high school, at least for me, about how white women look at Black men, this whole like mandingo, like, larger penises, better in bed, rhythm, etc. That exists here. It definitely exists here. And whiteness is aspirational here in Brazil as well. And so you'll have a lot of Black men that are open to, or, seeking out someone who's lighter or whiter, which means that it's not easy to date Black here, unfortunately. Not only that, when we go back to class and access, if English is my primary language and then Spanish and Portuguese are my secondary, tertiary languages, I'm still learning Portuguese. Portuguese is now stronger than Spanish, but still English is like, the baseline. So I'm able to express myself deeply in that language. So it's usually easier for me to meet someone who is Brazilian and speaks English as well. And, obviously on top of their mother tongue, which is Portuguese. And typically that means that it's Pardus, it's like the ethnically ambiguous or the biracial Brazilians or the white Brazilians that I go on dates with, or the ones that are open to approaching me. And that's just been my reality. And I didn't even make that distinction until maybe my second year here, or going into my second year here, where I was like, oh, where are all the Black men, and that's the thing. You got these two things working against you. You have the aspirational whiteness and what they experience in terms of being accepted into a society that they generally are not accepted into, based on romance and objectification of Blackness and Black men. And then you have white men and Pardus who have kind of the pick of the litter. They can do whatever they want. And they typically see foreign women as more desirable. And then if she's Black and foreign even more so. And if she's Jamaican and foreign, oh my God, you know, then there's a exoticization of Blackness on that level. But it's not always a good thing, right? Because sometimes Black American women are just seen as easy. Sometimes Black American women or Black women in general are over sexualized. And so there's this mindset that they have that will do anything, you know, and that's been very shocking to me. I've only seen that a couple of times, thank God. But that's the reality. And so my experience so far, you know, I've had one relationship here with a Brazilian. um, it's different out here, I would say, in terms of how women are seen, in terms of like maybe more traditional setups. The woman cooks and cleans, she's more domestic. That's not necessarily what was expected of me, but it was also, hey, why not? And I'm like, oh yeah, no, this is a different rodeo. Sorry. And so that's been something that I've had to come to terms with, because Brazilian men are mothered, they're not hyper independent when it comes to cleaning up after themselves, cooking for themselves. Mom does everything, especially if she's still in the picture, especially if they have an understanding that she still looks after them in that way. I have been seen as kind of the next in line, or how do I say, kind of the heir to the throne of mothering a Brazilian man. That's been interesting. I've just kind of had some really some really interesting conversations since dating out here. Also, I like to share that from what I have in my own learned experience, but also what I've heard from other Brazilian women, is that telenovelas are kind of like the textbook example of Brazilian relationships. And so if you have the passion and the fighting and the arguing and the cattiness and kind of like the extreme drama that's not realistic nor healthy at all by any standard psychologically, that's seen as okay. That's how you show someone that you love them. If you're fighting over them, Alicia.
Some people believe that anywhere, and I'm just like, I can't. I literally cannot. I'm like, I'm sorry. We have too much therapy terminology floating around on IG for that now. Like, I need some conflict resolution skills. I need some vagus nerve regulation skills to enter the chat. I cannot, but I feel you.
It's so funny. I remember with my ex, I was like, oh yeah, we don't do stonewalling. I'm just gonna go now. I was just like, I was so done with the relationship. I was so spent, because the terminology that I was bringing to the table around, attachment styles, or maybe you're too avoidant. Maybe work on this. I was like, I can't fix you. We gotta meet me where I'm at. I've already done all this work, and so there were situations like that, and then the expectation that I would chase afterwards. So I think I've surprised Brazilian men, which has been kind of fun. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out how I feel about dating here in terms of how I move forward. I think I might prefer foreign men who are integrated in Brazilian society, but not from the U.S. And so I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to work it out, because I'm like, I've seen some patterns that I'm not in love with Brazil, and
that sounds like a good combo, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, or like a Brazilian who's like traveled, or a Brazilian who's like stepped outside of the Brazilian bubble, because Brazil as a country tends to look inward in terms of how they want to progress. And I'm like, y'all need to catch up. You need to look outside of yourselves. Actually, you need to keep things going. You shouldn't be the example for how you advance your society. So that's how it has been for me.
Alicia, you have a question right there. How do the women 60 and older, are they treated in Brazil? Are they respected?
Yes and no. I would say that people 60 and older. So for example, on the trains, we have areas dedicated to the elderly, seating dedicated specifically to the elderly. No one will sit in those chairs. No one. So it's elderly, it's pregnant, or somehow challenged in some way. Like those seats are dedicated to them. Like Brazilians will offer their seats if it's really crowded and they did take the seat, and maybe they see someone that's older than them or pregnant, et cetera. Like there's a lot of respect in that regard. But also women who are older and women period and women with children are targeted for crimes. That's stealing a car. I saw this terrible news coverage on a woman who was taking her kid to daycare. She had one child in the car seat in the back, and then she was taking the other kid just to the front door and then coming back in to drive home. She's a single mom. A guy hopped into the front seat and took the car and the child away, but like they're always watching, they're always looking for opportunities. And so older women in general, are typically seen as targets for those type of crimes. So your miles may vary, unfortunately. And that's just that's a cultural issue. But I think that, there's so many areas to improve upon. Brazil is far from perfect, but I love the country, guys, by the way. I have good things to say, plenty of good things to say about it. That's why I'm still here. It's just that we're touching on these topics. So yeah.
Fair. Totally fair. And you talked a lot about what you loved about being in Brazil and the beautiful culture in that last video that I keep referencing. People should really check it out here on Dr. Maya's channel. Okay. So well, Alicia, I know that you are about to wrap up, so I just want to give you the opportunity to say anything else, about like any final thoughts on this convo and anything you want to point people to before you hop off and get ready for your trip to, did you go to Ethiopia yet?
I just came back from Ethiopia.
Okay, you just came back.
Amazing. And I dated out there too. That was amazing. I was like, oh my God. So my parting words, I would say, kind of going back to your point, Alicia, like, travel, do it. Like we have so many tools at our disposal, Google Translate if you don't speak the language, so that's not a barrier to entry because of any worry about language or foreign languages. I think everyone should learn languages because I think that actually provides a lot more autonomy and comfort in navigating foreign lands. Not every language, but definitely, and also so good for brain health. The other thing is the knowledge that you gain from moving to a new place or just traveling to new places. Like my relationship with race relations, from what I had started with in the US, now being in Brazil, but having traveled to almost 30 countries before moving here, settling here in Brazil, I don't look at it the same. And I also feel so empowered by the amount of knowledge that I have, because when I see someone acting out through racism and racist ways and racist ideologies that are outdated and archaic, I don't feel the way I used to feel. I used to take it so personally. I used to be so upset. I used to try to change minds. But then I realized that's just where they are, and I've come such a long way in my education in this area, to the point where now I realize that this is all just a social construct, and it was built for a myriad of reasons according to where we are societally, wherever we are in the world. And it doesn't have to be to my detriment, because who knows better does better. And I think that, even learning that from my parents and then taking that with me everywhere I go, that knowledge or that adage, like it makes me feel like I can do anything. It makes me feel very invincible, which is probably why the white Brazilian was like, oh, like you just walked in here like you own the place. I'm like, yeah, we belong everywhere. We built this country. I didn't even freaking build this country. Like my people built this country. My people built the US. Like, this is the reality of things. And so the reality that I choose to acknowledge as reality versus the reality that was taught to us, that was forced upon us, that's not based on any real truth. And so, all of that, I think, is just a testament to travel and a testament to stepping outside of the bubble in which you grew up in, and also the limitations that people have become, I don't know, circumstantially, I don't know, a victim to, unfortunately. And I'm talking about our parents, I'm talking about the people who raised us, because they grew up in certain time periods and certain environments that shaped their realities. And then they taught that to us, but that doesn't have to belong to us as well. So we can grow beyond that. And that requires taking chances and doing bigger and better things, doing things differently from anyone else that we know, and being comfortable with the fact that maybe we will be the pioneers of change, and that we have to lead in that effort for future generations. Stepping down from my soapbox.
I love that. I love that. And I think that you were spot on. And just to say, like, I mean, it was our ancestors, I'll say for the United States, it definitely was our ancestors who fought the good fight. And I would never want to trade places with where they were and the things that they had to endure. But, with each generation does come a charge to improve for the following one. So just because we did that, it doesn't mean that the work ends. And I think that's what you're referring to. So I just want to say that because we're not downplaying the sacrifices and the lives that were lost and the struggles that were had. And we're very grateful to be where we are, but we do have more work to do. I mean, we still look at the world. I mean, we still can see how much change needs to be made. So thanks for touching on that. Yeah.
Before Alicia goes, go ahead. Go for it.
One last thing, because I think you mentioned something really beautiful, is I have this prayer that I do, during meditation, where I give thanks to my ancestors, because a lot of the things that we do in our day-to-day, if we want to go into a totally different topic of epigenetics, we won't do that. But a lot of the stuff is just like embedded in us, these behaviors, these ways of seeing the world, these ways of navigating, foreign territories, whatever you want to call it. But for me, like, I want to give thanks to those that came before us, and also realizing that we're all ancestors, and also understanding that, we all have a role to play in how we build out, for future generations, but also giving thanks to those that came before us and not having to repeat or live, with the scarcity mindset, et cetera, because nothing they did was done in vain, essentially. We can build upon what they've done, and we can learn to do better, et cetera. But it's like they were always the starting point. And so it's something that I have so much gratitude for, because my life is so beautiful, because of them. And so I thank you for bringing that up, because that's something I truly believe in too. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, Alicia, wait. Just real quick, this is easy. What is your favorite food in Brazil? It's easy.
Nice and light. Let me go into the politics of feijoada. I'm kidding, no. I love the food from the north. Brazilians. I love Brazilians, I swear to God. But me, and including all foreigners that move here, particularly Black foreigners, because we have a WhatsApp group, and we talk so much shit about Brazilian food. We say that the spiciest thing they have is salt. They just don't really, they love salting things, and then also they don't have any like spice, which is hilarious. But I love moqueca, which is like a plantain seafood dish from the north. I'm going to say it's from Bahia. I know other people are going to get so mad about that. That gets hyper political. We're not going to touch that. Moqueca is delicious. It's like, nice seafood stew with ripened banana. And it's just like, acarajé, also from Bahia, which is kind of like a very scrumptious Brazilian taco in like a soft, doughy bread. It's just like anything from Bahia, honestly, that I can eat that as a pescatarian, because I don't eat meat and I do lots of veggies. Like, those are my two favorites. And then like vegan feijoada, which is kind of like, for my Jamaicans out there, it kind of reminds me of stew peas and rice, but without the pork. And so those are my favorites. I like that.
Fantastic. Thank you, Alicia and Helese. I feel like it was just a back and forth with the two of you. Pril, you're so
Oh,
patient.
yeah.
Sit there, just an excellent listener. You know how they like behave
But I
yourself.
love your facial expressions, though.
Yeah.
Because I felt like you were very much a part of the conversation because you were reacting. I'm watching everything, and I'm just like, you were very much there, engaged.
Yeah, Alicia, thank you so much for stopping by
Thank
and giving so
you.
much good information about Jamaica, about Brazil. It was fantastic, and you are the reason we are here with this topic. You can sleep tonight knowing that you gave this to the rest of the world.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. Oh my God, Helese, like fantastic questions. Actually, I know this is like, a larger effort, so Maya, fantastic job. Everybody, fantastic job. Can't wait to see the beginning and the end of this. And yeah, thank you. Obrigada.
See you
Thank
again.
you.
All right, guys.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, Pril, quick question. We only have you for one more hour, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So at this point, we are going to take a break. I am still going to be talking, but we're going to let Pril and we're going to let Helese have a stretch break, have a food break, whatever you all need. Go ahead and take the time that you need. Come back when you're ready. And I'm going to talk about fetishization for myself. And then when you all come back, you all can talk and I'll take my break, okay?
See y'all in about 10
See y'all in,
minutes.
Bye.
see y'all in 10. All right, y'all. So it's just me here. It's just us friends. And we are going to talk about fetishization abroad. So I have some stories, I have some things that I need to tell you all that have happened to me abroad because they tried it and we would have hated to see that. So we have Prophet Mother. Yes, our ancestors had to adapt to survive, and now many of these adaptations need to adapt again. Yes, we cannot continue to use the same things that we have been using in the past to deal with different issues. So that's that scarcity mindset. For example, even when a Black person has a lot of money, they have made it, they still are working super hard as if the money is just going to go. And so, yes, we need to work on realizing that we're in a different place in our lives and we have different tactics that we need to use to confront different things. So what I first want to let y'all know is I did study abroad in Argentina. Thank you, Mom, that she allowed me to go. And I was catcalled in Argentina when I would walk to school every single day, and I was only 16. My Spanish was not good at the time, so I have no idea what they said, but I remember feeling uncomfortable. I remember feeling sad because there was no other way for me to get to school other than to walk by grown men who were working in construction to get to school. There was another time that I was at a party and it was for an older gentleman because I had a host family. So it was an older gentleman in my host family. And there were guys there that were about 30, 40. I was maybe about 18. And one of them told me that everybody wants to sleep with you at this party. And I didn't realize the fetishization. One of them actively pursued me, even though he had a whole girlfriend. Okay, not a half. She was at the party. And he actively pursued me after that so that he could engage in a sexual experience with me. And this is at the age of 16 and 18 in Argentina. I also want to let you all know that when I was in Spain and I studied abroad there for about 4 months, I would be walking around, minding my business. And I had a friend who is half Filipino and half white. And she turned the corner first, and the Spaniard saw her and he goes, Me encanta chocolate, me encanta vanilla, which means like, I love vanilla. And then I came behind her and he was like, Con chocolate. And he pretty much just said, like, I really like vanilla and I like chocolate, referring to her skin tone or race and my skin tone and race. And it's just this ideal that abroad, men see us and think that they have access to us, access to our bodies. I think specifically as a Black woman, there's a lot of fetishization, especially if you're in a place that doesn't have a lot of Black women in them. Then they're interested, they're making inappropriate comments. When I was in Colombia, even though I'm trying to go back, y'all, there was a person that I would call my host dad. I used to go around with him a lot. He helped me to get my housing, things like that. I have a connection with his wife, and she is the reason that she helped me so much in Colombia, helped me with my housing. And sometimes she had to work, so I would be with her husband, and he would help me to do things to move into my apartment, things of that nature. And one time he attacked me. He tried to attack me because he wanted to also have a sexual experience with me, and I was not interested. And so he like approached me to make this happen, and I had to push him away, and I felt very fearful for myself, and I ran. And I told the security guard that this was an issue because this was at my apartment. So he waited to have trust with me for about 8 to 9 months, and then he decided to attack me. So after he felt like I trusted him, which I did, I would go places with him, which we did, then he was like, okay, now I can make this move. And then when I was in the Dominican Republic, there was a guy there that was 30 and I was 21, and he also was trying to have an experience with me. He was so upset with me. Maya, why won't you kiss me? Maya, we should just go on walks by ourselves, all of the things. And I couldn't believe it. I was like shocked that I was just so young that these men were interested in trying to get with me. There was another Dominican man that also pursued me heavily and was trying to sleep with me as well. And he, after he got tired of me, I guess, would never call me back, would never look for me again. I also was very young. This was 21, and I thought he was cute. So sorry. And so I was interested. I was like trying to like date this man. But once he got tired of me, he just like ghosted me. So I just want to let you all know, in terms of fetishization, it definitely is adultification. I want to thank Dr. Kamani so much for calling it what it is. It's adultification when you are a young girl and grown men are interested in experience with you. Hypersexualization of the Black body, which is extremely inappropriate. And thank you, Prophet Mother, for being sad about this. I did not tell my mom most of these stories because she would never let me go abroad. But Mom, I'm okay. It's okay. You know, like regardless of where we are, things like this are going to happen even in the US. It's not okay. And at the time that some of these people had wanted to have these experiences with me, I was on programs that protected me. I did have friends. One of my friends, he was like, you're out of there. You come, you stay at my house. We're not playing this game with this man. We're moving you. I was like, whoa, this is a lot. Why I gotta move? He attacked me. He should move. So I just want to let y'all know that people were very much not having this when I told them. It wasn't like I wasn't believed. And my host mom actually is completely devastated to this day. Every time I talk to her, she will break out crying because she was so upset that my host dad could have the gall literally to try to attack me in that way. And so, yes, I just want you all to know that terrible men are everywhere. The fact that men want to get with younger women is everywhere. And we just have to do our best to protect ourselves. We know that this is out there. To anybody that is young and that is listening, because for a long time I didn't tell my mom because I was 16 and I was ashamed. And I was like, she'll never let me go abroad if I tell her anything. Listen, you should tell people. Do not hold secrets. I held it for years. I felt shamed for years. It's not your fault that these inappropriate men abroad are trying to get with young Black women. It's not okay. And it's not your problem, right? And make sure you have a community that trusts and that loves you. And when you tell them the truth, they will believe you. Okay, with that, it looks like Apryl is back. So Apryl, I'll bring you back to the stage.
Look, I'm over here. No, yeah.
Terrible, Apryl, terrible. I know you know what I'm talking about. I don't know why they see us and think that they have access to our bodies.
Yeah. You know what? I had, as you were talking, a couple things. One is I had to look the book up I snapped a picture. I just started reading this book. It's called Reconstruction: The Unfinished Promise, and it's by Malcolm Gladwell and Barack Obama. It's really good. So that is, we were talking about that earlier. Um, about I think Helese was talking about, and it is Reconstruction, but that era of how we've made a lot of strides, but we have some setbacks, and really the effect, long lasting effect that it has on Black people and Black women. Okay, and then the other thing is, yes, even in the States, like my mother would always tell us, how, like I said, I wanted to look like my sisters, very lied like my mother. And my dad would tell me, like, it's okay, you're my little brick house, to make me feel better about being built how I was. But there used to be men, and obviously it's my father, so it was not, inappropriate or sexually motivated. But there would be men who would tell me, like, oh, she's going to be fine when she gets older. Just talking about, look at my legs, look at my butt now. And this is me as like a kid, like a little kid, um, you know, 5, 7, 10 years old. And I've always had big legs, always had a big butt. I didn't really start getting boobs until like later in life. And my sisters had boobs. That's what I was really looking at. Like, I don't have those, or they could wear certain things I couldn't wear. Like my cheerleading skirt, I had to wear pants underneath because it's like way up here in the back and way down there in the front. Or I'd be like, my sisters would have their little matching outfits. I couldn't wear that because of how I was shaped. So yeah, I have experienced, as Dr. Kamani mentioned, the adultification, also the uh creepy, just older men, or even, I wish I could talk about dating. I don't know about, I have zero dating stories. As a matter of fact, I thought I was about to get back out there. I don't think I am. Never mind. Because I'm thinking, oh, when I go to Cali, it's gonna be, and I'm just like, maybe not. It's too much, because honestly, I don't know if they will like me for me, or if they will like me because I'm different and I'm American. And because I have not dated in so long, I was in a very long-term relationship. So I haven't gone on a date in, I don't know, 12 years. Like, I don't know if yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna, I think, have to go on my intuition or whatever. But yeah. Anyway, okay, let's stay focused. Sorry, I forgot what you asked me.
You're okay. Cool. I'm so happy to like have this and have this validation from you. And the saddest thing I think in the world is the fact that women are chastised and muted and told to like cover up and all of this because of your natural body, when it's like people should not be sexualizing your body. You just have
Mhm.
the skirt, you're just wearing your cheerleading outfit. Like, it's a problem
Yeah.
that other people are doing that to us, and it's not our fault because we're just born into the body. So I'm
Yeah.
just gonna give some comments. Okay, even though Helese is on a break, it's still making comments saying this happens everywhere. And I remember they used to call young girls fast.
Yeah.
I heard that no young girl is fast enough to catch a predator. I cannot call
No,
it what
that's
it is.
good. Yeah.
No more of the young girls are fast. I really don't like that. Colette Elizabeth, we're so happy that you're here. I saw Apryl that you said hi in the chat. Sorry that this happened to you. This happened to me numerous times here at home with the public bus drivers who dropped me off at middle school in the 7th and the 8th grade. What?
Mhm.
Middle school? What is this? Apryl, what is this? Middle school?
I think the way that, and I'm glad that somebody's block ministry was strong, because like, if you watch the replay, you can see when I started reading the comments from that. I'm going to presume it was a man, Derek, somebody, something or another, because I started doing like this, like reading them as they came in. But just the same as we talk about our own lived experiences, I'm sure there was someone who, another Black woman who was maybe very skinny or thin, like my older sister is very thin, even after having 6 children. She wears, speaking of children's clothes, sometimes that she has to get children's clothes and jeans and different things like that. But people feel that it's okay to make comments to her, like go eat a burger, or like automatically, oh my God, you're so skinny. You're so tiny. But she has not been objectified in the same way as, you know, some of us that maybe have curves or what have you. And I've never liked that fast terminology. And that's what my mother used to like, you can't wear that because you're gonna look too fast. And it's like, where do these young girls who are considered fast learn these behaviors? They learned it from somewhere. We are not automatically born as these hypersexual beings. So where is this behavior learned? And why does the onus fall on, as you were saying, like the girl or even the women? When I used to go to church, we went to like very strict, we were in very strict denominations. And I remember we would have to wear these lap cloths. First of all, you can't have any skin showing. If there's any skin, then it's a sin. Okay. So we got on these long skirts and dresses anyway, where you're not going to be able to get a peek at ankle, but then we have to wear these lap cloths as well. And it's like, why is the onus not falling on the man? And this is seen throughout. I mean, you could take 100 women from around the world and put them in the room and in the same room, and they'll be able to have these shared experiences that we are not supposed to wear certain things to tempt men, or even to say like, well, I know that it doesn't make it right, but you know how men are, like with that proverbial but that to me nullifies everything that was said before when you say a but after it. But yeah, it's unfortunate that um women are objectified even from a very, very, very young age. And
It's
it's acceptable, you know, unfortunately.
Thank you for that. So I'm gonna bring Helese back on the stage. I already had my little monologue just went in, and I'm gonna let the two of y'all talk. You know, just be in here bonding, and I'm gonna take my break. Okay. So you all
Okay.
be done. We got about 30 more minutes with Apryl, Helese. So if you want to ask Apryl all the questions that are focused on what we have talked about abroad, feel free. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, enjoy your break. See you soon, and nos vemos. um, Prill, I wanted to answer your question. It's
Oh,
because of patriarchy.
I was like, well, I got a little spit in me showing. Hold on now.
I think the answer to your question is it's because of patriarchy and religion. Like, I mean, based on some very intelligent YouTubers that really have done the reading and done the deep dives on the topic, I can say that I've only really studied this in a very surface level type of way, consuming content from people who've actually done the deep dives and read the books. But I can definitely say that, I mean, I really don't feel, if we can imagine a world where everything wasn't focused on the behavior of men and what would rile them up and what would calm them down and what would take the blame off of them and what would make them comfortable, then I think that women would be able to be topless just as well as men. I mean, it would be a completely different type of society. So I can definitely remember growing up with these types of ideas. The idea of the fast young girl, me as someone who's tall and who developed quite quickly. I looked older than I was as a teenager, and even as a preteen, I looked older. I can definitely say that I was adultified. I was adultified at school in the public school system, and I did study that. That's definitely something that happens with Black girls, and that's definitely something that causes them to be looked at as more defiant, and something that causes Black girls to be punished more and have a more punitive experience in the school system than their counterparts and everything like that. I can say that I really feel that it's because everything is centered around men and their desires, needs, deficits, pathology that women have had to adjust their behavior to. And the more, like, now that I've grown up, I learn and look back and realize that so many things like literally could not have been my fault, because I literally wasn't even an adult at the time to be able to like make certain decisions. And I also realized that, you know, I don't want to follow any type of religion that basically tells me that women are this way, men are this way, and women need to adjust their behavior for men. Like I won't follow that, because I just feel like it flies in the face of intelligence. It flies in the face of science. It just flies in the face of my lived experience. And I really feel like a more human approach is like makes a whole lot more sense. I don't know if I just made sense with that little string of
Well, you did.
words.
Yeah, you did.
But yeah, I mean, it's crazy how like even within our own families, like I remember going home, going to my grandmother's house for different holidays and things like that. And my uncle would always make a comment about like my weight or me or my sister's weight. And it was just weird. It was just like, why do you feel like you can do that? Like, who are you to talk about somebody's body type? And the way you were saying, that people would talk about your sister the way that she's thin. I feel like, especially in the Black community, like being thin is a crime. Like being thin is a crime. Like it's okay to be, you know, a certain thing, but it's not okay to deviate too far from the middle ground, you know? And when you don't fit that, I feel like people feel like they have free license to say whatever they want. And I think it's really weird. I think it's weird at any point, but it's definitely weird when it's a child. You know, it's definitely weird when it's someone young, because you're creating this complex within the individual and you're taking agency that you really shouldn't take. So that's the thing. Like, I feel like growing up, being exposed to different ideas, actively seeking out new ways of thinking that go against the way that I was taught and conditioned. I feel like if you don't do that, that's just weird. Like, because it's like, could you know growing up that you see certain things that aren't right? And if you don't actively try to seek out solutions to that type of behavior and that type of thinking, it's like you're just accepting it. So in my journey, like I'm 41 now. So it's just like in my journey and reflecting back on my life experiences, I realized that, you know, it is on the onus of the individual to like seek out ways of thinking that go against what you just see that it is not right. So like, for instance, children should have agency over their own body. You know what I mean? Children shouldn't be made to, for instance, hug the relative that they don't feel comfortable with, sit on the lap of the relative they don't feel comfortable with, be alone with someone, you know what I mean, that they don't feel comfortable with. And everybody, all the adults should be aware that like, kids, they need structure, they need discipline in certain ways, but if they don't want to be touched, they need to be able to have agency over their body.
Yeah.
And I feel like children were also not kind of seen as human.
No.
You know, in our communities growing up, it was like, you don't question certain things. And that's how we ended up with a lot of sexual assault that just ended up happening in these families, in the churches and things like that, that went untalked about. And because we don't question things, we don't speak up. And it's like, yeah, it's hard when you're the only one, but somebody's got to take that risk and somebody's got to take that leap. Because otherwise, who's going to stand up for young girls who went through the things that we did and ones who, you know, went through worse?
Well, you know what we do instead is we just tell the kids, like, keep an eye. Don't you be alone with Uncle such and such. And it's typically Uncle such and such when it also needs to include Aunt such and such and Miss such and
exactly.
such. It's not limited to males, but that's a whole different conversation. But keep an eye on the kids. Don't you be alone with it. Keep an eye on the kid. Where's such and such? You know, like where's the instead of like I don't even want to say kicking them out the family. I don't know. It's just unfortunate that
instead of making sure that, okay, if there are kids around, that person's not invited. Like, you know what I mean?
You have to accommodate the other person. But then, you know, to the point about the speaking up, that's something that is new for me. I'm almost 50 years old, and I would say I just started getting self-assurance and self-confidence to stand up for myself, because I was someone who blended into the background. Again, don't want to make waves, but also, as you mentioned, the conditioning. This is just how things are. And
Yeah.
I didn't know any better, and I didn't know any different. And then, they say once you know better, you do better, but there's a huge chasm in the middle. There's
Yeah.
a huge gap for many of us, that it's like, how, here's the
Yeah.
know better, here's the do better. How do you even get to the do better? And that's something that I've been working on for the past several years. If I could go back in time, because I was the one, interesting how Alicia was talking about the uh being the black one. I was like, my grandmother and my great grandmother used to call me the black one. And I remember as a kid, I would sit on the stairs at my great grandmother's house because I didn't feel like I belonged there. They let me know I didn't belong there. At, I'm a child, 4, 5, 6. So I didn't understand the words, but I understand how it
The feeling.
made me feel. And being othered. And then also, I remember I used to say, like, I don't know these people, like from my aunts, uncles, things like that. Like, go give such and such a hug, or why aren't you? And I'm like, I don't know them. They're like, but they're our family. What do you mean? And to me, I didn't understand what they didn't get. That
Yeah.
I don't know them.
Yeah, I don't have a rapport or
No,
familiarity or comfort level with this person. I
I
don't
don't.
care who birthed them. Like,
I don't
get
know
out of my
them.
face.
Yeah, like, and I just remember not, and I would get in trouble. I would get in trouble for being standoffish, or
Mhm.
like, family events were and still are
A
very
source of
stressful.
anxiety.
Like,
Yeah.
which is why I don't go to a lot of things. Like, I
I've
don't.
heard a lot of people talk about that actually. Yeah. How when they get older and they have agency, they decide to just walk away and put a lot of distance between them and their family because of the things that were said to them when they were younger and during these vulnerable times, like as a child or as a teenager, when you're finding your identity and you really needed support. I think this is what Alicia was referring to. We have to do better than the previous generation because they just didn't have the tools or understanding and how to support someone who came out as different, whether it be their sexuality or whether it be, I don't want to go to college, or whether it be, they had a child out of what, they had a
Yeah,
they were a teenage
that
mom,
would
like
be
whatever it
good.
was that shook the table. It's like,
Yeah,
oftentimes their family ostracized them or shamed them for these things when that was the time when they needed their support the most. And so when they get older, they don't come around, you
yeah.
know?
Like,
And
I've
so,
learned my own support systems. I have what they call, like, chosen family. I
yeah.
was doing, what do they call it? No contact. Like, I was doing
Oh,
no
yeah.
contact before it was a thing, like,
Yeah.
because I had to do what was best for me. I was a teen mom, got pregnant at 16, had my son at 17. We went off to college at 18. And I knew that although um, I didn't know what type of mother I was gonna be, I knew I didn't wanna be a mother that was like mine in many ways.
Mm.
Like,
Mhm.
my family, and my mother, for all of the great things that she did, she was still flawed. She was a product of her environment, and she really, in many instances, thought that she was making us stronger as, um like, women who were conventionally attractive, like young girls. She knew we were going to grow up and be built and just be smart and think, have our own thoughts. And she wanted to teach us how to keep ourselves safe. But it came out as a lot of ways that just, or not things that I wanted to repeat. And being
Yeah.
transparent, a lot of the things I did repeat, both good and bad. But I've worked really hard. Like, my son is 30 now. He'll be 31 Oh, in a few months. What? Already June. Like, what are we doing here? Anyway, yeah, in a
It's
few months.
already June. Oh
Yeah,
my
I
God,
can't.
2026.
Yeah, and we're like done with the first week of June to boot. But yeah, so it's things that I am, when it gets brought to my attention now, I either because I'm working with my therapist with some stuff about my mom, um, or just about these epiphanies that I have, I apologize to my son. It's never too late. Like to apologize. It's never too late to really want to do better. And I don't have any grandchildren. I don't have any daughters, but I do have nieces that I'm extremely close with. Um, who are a year older and a year younger than my son. They stair step. And I tell them, you don't like that job? Chuck deuces. You want
Yeah.
you want to move. Like
Make a plan, do it.
the freedoms that I recognize now and that I'm doing now at almost 50 years old, it's easier to work on conditioning when you have less of those years of the conditioning. Hold on. Like, so they're in
Yeah,
their
when you have more years out of the conditioning than you did
right,
when you were
right.
than you did
Right. So
have
they're
it.
in their 30s. So it's something that, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, it'll be a little bit more difficult, but you can still do it. You can
Yeah.
still, like course correct. But yeah, I like I said, I would be if I was sitting up here agreeing, like, yeah, people should do it. I was not raised to go a step outside of
Yeah.
the norm, to deviate from the expectations. And then also when we talk about the what do we call it? Not zone of comfort. So our comfort
Yeah,
zone.
comfort zone. Yeah.
Yeah, but when we step outside of our comfort zone, I was not comfortable stepping outside of my comfort zone. And I didn't know how, even though I knew this was not where I wanted to be in this little, whatever, but I
Box.
didn't
Yeah.
know how. But there are some people that I just look and I'm like, wow, they grew up with like healthy family relationships. They only have great things to say about their parents and their siblings. And it's just like, wow. Or even people that have had great experiences in church. They don't have these, and not in a Delulu way. No, like these are people who are extremely self-aware and they don't have those experiences. And I'm like,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know
That's
what that's
that's
like.
really interesting. Yeah, no. I mean, and so like I'm literally at my family's house right now. I think that I definitely experience things that I don't want to repeat. I had a different experience than my sister. And then I have two other siblings who are like in a different state who I didn't really grow up with in the same house. And they have their different levels of, I can see how like my oldest sister has like passed down some toxic things, that hopefully my nephews will be able to, break free from. And I just think it's important to talk about these things. One thing that my oldest nephew has done is move. He has moved from his hometown. He moved to New York. He has gone to Paris. He's gone to Montana, and he's also like, um, just true in who he is. And I just think that's so brave, and I think that's so important to know that you don't have to live in a box. And I just think one of the most important things you can do is break away from the system that you were raised in. I don't know. I just feel like that's an important, this is not the thing for everybody. I definitely
Yeah.
don't think that everybody feels this impetus within them. But for me, I have always been interested in other ways of doing things. How do other cultures parent? How do they like, what are the family systems like? Just because, like, what about models of relationships that are different than this traditional, like, get married and stay married forever? Like, what else can work? Because a lot of this stuff, even, the whole job thing, like first of all, the whole 30 years at a job, that's just not happening for most Gen X to the generations down. That's just not how companies are set up anymore. Most people are going to be having intermittent jobs or be in the gig economy. That's just the way the economy is going. So that kind of like worked out itself. But I was already on the wave of like not doing things that 9 to 5 way from a teenager. I already kind of knew that probably wouldn't work for me and my ADHD. And I didn't even know I had ADHD. I just knew that something was different about me that just wouldn't allow me to, number one, take a lot of crap without speaking up for it, and just probably just having to leave or maybe be fired. And then also just do the same thing over and over again when I know there's other opportunities out there. It's very difficult for me to stay in the same place when I feel like there's something that could be better out there, even if I can't verify it. I'm just like, oh, I saw it over here. Like, it just seems like maybe I need to take a chance and just try, because this feeling that there could be something better and not going for it is absolutely unacceptable to me. So not everybody's built like that, and I understand that, but I just feel like for healing, that a lot of people are talking about this healing journey that they're going on, that one of the most important things you can do is question your conditioning. It doesn't matter what type of conditioning. It's just like family styles and relating, religion, all of that. You must question it, because how do you know if it's really true for you if someone just told you and you accepted it? That is insane. Like, you don't go out there and see for yourself. How do you really know it's true for you? So that's been a journey that I've been on even since a young child. Being raised in the church and everything, I was always questioning, because I was just like, wait a minute, this does not make sense. And I'm sorry, of course, the way my neurodivergent brain is not going to accept something that isn't logical. So
I used to get in trouble for asking. I used to get, so I just learned to have conversations with people, but on the inside, because I used to get in trouble. Like, in Sunday school, I'm like, well, but I thought you said, but I thought, I don't get it. Like,
right. All those contradictions, you got to raise them, because it's somebody needs to answer for this. Somebody's got to answer for this. And I'm not, because you're placing yourself in this position of authority. So I get to ask questions, and you need to have the answers because you place yourself in the position of authority. So I definitely wasn't shamed for asking questions, like within my household, for the most part. 99% of the time I wasn't, but just out there in the world, I think I was. And just the way that I naturally think, and then the way that I naturally feel life should be, was definitely looked down upon. It's so interesting. Oh my gosh, y'all, this almost seems like it's turning into just like a yap session, but I think often about the childhood friends that I had for a really long time, and how I'm not really like in their lives and everything anymore. And a lot of that is because of the subtle judgments. I feel like we all did it to one another, but I definitely feel like I was the third wheel and ostracized for the way that I chose to live my life. And it wasn't like them. Like, I didn't graduate from college until like 10 years later, because I did like 1 year and I was like, bump this. I don't need school. It's crap. I'm just going to work and live. And then I was like, I want to go to school. Like 10 years later, I was like, no, let me get this bachelor's degree. But I didn't go to college and finish college at the same time. I definitely explore different spiritual beliefs and my own interpretation of my relationship with God. And I still have that. I just feel like I did all the things, and I feel like I just became who I wanted to be while they watched and witnessed. But I felt like my life was like a spectacle, to them. And I feel like it was kind of like a reality show that they watched, because I was always so open with my life and the different things that I was doing. Meanwhile, they were like on the steady path to just doing the things that, like graduate from college, get a good job, and just go on in that way. Which I'm really proud of them for doing that, because anyone who can do that, there are times when I wish like hell I could do that. Like, why can't I just do that? Because I want the financial stability of doing that. And also I low-key want the acceptance from society of doing that. It's really hard not knowing what you want to do. It's really hard always starting from the bottom. It's difficult always having a lower wage job because you didn't put in the studies to advance in a particular career. All of that is crap today, because we're in a completely different economy now. But I'm just saying, like 10 years ago, 15 years ago, there was still a belief that a degree, if you got it in the right thing, you could make a decent living, and you probably could have, and they probably did. But could I even meet the demands of the job, with my ADHD that was undiagnosed and untreated and totally unknown? Probably not. But so I envied them in a way, like, dang, I wish I could do that. I wish I could be like everybody else. But then there's other part of me that was like super defiant and 10 toes down on the fact that I am following my truth and my path. And who are you to judge me? You know what I mean? So I say all that to say, like, the questioning and the just wanting to speak up and be different. It took me a while to find my chosen family, and part of my family is my chosen family. Like my sister, who I grew up with, she's also very, very different, and she also does what she wants to do and lives life differently and all of that. So she's like there, you know. My parents support me in the best way they can. I know my mom is probably watching this, and she's just like, probably just sitting there, like shaking her head, like, "What do you mean?"
You're gonna get a phone call when you get
Yeah, like she's literally in the other room. She's in the other room, but yeah, she's literally watching in the other room. But it's just like I feel like we've already had these conversations, you know, like I was here when I started therapy and learned that I have ADHD. Like I've been here and I've expressed all my fears. She watches my channel, so I feel like she keeps up with my like inner world, so she kind of knows. But I also think that just because of the generation she grew up in, like there may be things that she just wouldn't understand, and the way that we as this generation, we dig deep and we want to dismantle like all the lived experiences and what they mean and how they play into our behaviors today. You know, my sister became a therapist to do this very thing. You know what I mean? Like it took her years to get a bachelor's degree for, I think she like was a few credits away, but like they all expired or something because they were super old. And so she had to like redo everything and start a bachelor's degree again at like maybe the age of 43 or something like that, to go on, get her master's and get the clinical hours and everything, and to be like a marriage and family therapist. But it's like, you know, the previous generations, they had to survive. They did not have time. And therapy was not an accessible thing to, you know, Black people like at that time. So I get that. But anyway, I mean, Dr. Maya, you're back. Let's just acknowledge that.
Thank you all. I love the fact that y'all just continued on without me and had just a fantastic conversation. I'm so happy, and I trust you all wholeheartedly. So I don't even know what was talked about, but I trust it was amazing. And Apryl, I added back your positively Apryl on there. I know you only got about 12 minutes left with us.
You know what? I can stay till about a quarter after.
Oh, okay.
So we got about 20 more minutes. Yeah.
We got 20 minutes. Like, where are we? What can we discuss more with Apryl before it is just us two?
Well, we were talking about just, you know, how we don't want to repeat certain things from the previous generation. We were talking about breaking away from our familial conditioning. We were talking about chosen family. And, you know, I guess finding your tribe would be a part of that, because it was kind of like an offshoot.
Too.
Huh?
The adultification.
Yeah. Yeah, because some of this stuff is our own family kind of passed down some of these negative behaviors, and it came from within. And there are certain things that we may have experienced within families and extended families that we don't want to repeat. And Apryl was talking about her personal journey in terms of having to go no contact before that was a thing, you know, just to do the inner work and heal, and how she's able to now with her 30 or 31-year-old son. He'll be 31. So her 30-year-old son, like, how she's able to like apologize to him for certain things and like repair in a way that her mother was not able to do with her, because it just wasn't a part of their lingo. It just wasn't a part of their education. And now that this kind of stuff is accessible to us, we can repair a lot of things that, you know, offshoots of white supremacy, fetishization, sexualization, and adultification, like how that all played into the family systems, how we're able to kind of like break those generational curses really, and break those generational cycles, so that our kids can be the ones to say, my mother was really, you know, like she took accountability. She wasn't perfect. She made mistakes, but she showed up for me. She did the work. And so that's kind of where we were, like a real kind of deep combo, kind of spiraled away from, you know, the original topic.
I wanted to, since we don't have Apryl for too much longer, I wanted us to talk about how we had discussed that sometimes people can see us as a different race. Some people thought we were Cuban. They thought
Oh,
we were
yeah.
Brazilian. Like, please, let's do that. So for me, being in Argentina, a lot of times this was the first time that I was like, I could be from somebody where else. I was 16, and they were like, "Aren't you from Brazil?" And I'm like, I could be from Brazil. I'm not used to that, right? I'm just used to being in the US and people just thinking I'm Black American. So it was just a moment where I just couldn't believe that I could literally be from another place. When I was in Curacao in the Caribbean, they will be speaking to us all the time in multiple languages because they speak so many languages. And we're just like, wait, what? And they would change every single language. It's like, we're going Dutch, we're going Portuguese, we try Spanish, English. We're just like, what are you talking about? But it was just the assumption that we were from the space. And I think it's interesting how we perceive people based off our lived experience. So like when we probably see people here, we look at them and we're going to think that person's Black American and this person is from Cuba or this person is from Jamaica. Like, I think it's just based off what our reality of what we think people look like and where they should be from. And I've already told you all this story offline, is when I was in India and I was with two women that are light skinned, and the Indian man said to me, he was like, "Are you from Africa?" And both women are Black American. They're just light skinned. And I was like, "Do you think they're from Africa?" And he was like, "No, just you." I'm like, we're from the same place, all three of us. What is it about me that makes me from Africa? Which Helese and I have discussed is not an issue, but I'm like, why is it that we are not all from Africa, if that's what you're assuming, when we all are from the same place? And so something about, I would love for you all to go into hair, body, skin tone. That is how we decide to place people and where they're specifically from, even though in terms of Blackness, we could be from a lot of places due to enslavement, unfortunately. But if you two could go into that, I know, Pearl, you had experiences too of being called maybe Cuban. Something.
Yes. Dominican. Okay, so in Cleveland, at least when I was growing up, if you were light skinned and spoke Spanish, you were Puerto Rican. If you were dark skinned and spoke Spanish, then you're Dominican. And I shouldn't even say dark skinned. If you were brown and darker. And what's funny is when I went to Puerto Rico for an AAU basketball tournament, and I'm sitting in this gym and I'm looking around like, oh, I could be anywhere in Cleveland. Well, not anywhere in Cleveland, but you know what I mean? I could be back home in Cleveland, in a gym, wherever, looking at all of these people. But how come the only like Puerto Ricans that I've ever seen, that I was ever told that they were Puerto Rican? They could have been, as you mentioned, Dr. Maya, walking amongst us, but my brain didn't say that they were, and my conditioning didn't say that they were Puerto Rican. So I was looking at, with this like myopic view. But I'm like, how come I never saw the brown ones? What? Like, what is this? Or just like, because when I first learned Spanish in school, I learned the Queen's English version. What is it? Like Spain, Castillon or
Castellano.
Castilian.
Castellano.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah.
I learned that Spanish, but we went to church in a mostly Puerto Rican neighborhood. And so I would practice with them. So now here I am, older, just say when I'm dating, look at my skin, look at my hair, and I can speak Spanish if we go places. Oh, look at that. like what are you?
Mhm.
In some places, like people would ask me, am I from the islands? But that wasn't happening in Cleveland. That happened other places. Like when I would go to Chicago, they would ask me, am I an islander? Not Jamaican, but just an islander. So
Mm.
yeah, that's my experience with having a very, like, the standard that you fit in this box. You're light skinned, so you're Puerto Rican. You are you're brown skin or dark skin, you're Dominican. There were no other, if you were light skin and you could have been Mexican. You was about to be Puerto Rican.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but
And
just that very structured, rigid view of things.
so I remember us talking about this, and maybe it may be the only Puerto Ricans that you saw were light skinned because maybe it was the light skinned Puerto Ricans who could leave Puerto Rico and come to the United States because they were already more privileged in Puerto Rico. And same for the brown to dark skin, maybe Dominicans, maybe if they didn't look unambiguously Black, they maybe weren't privileged enough to even leave DR to come to the United States. Because I know, like, living in New York, if you are maybe, if you're like maybe looking like a mixed race or racially ambiguous, but definitely have Afro features, like you may be seen as Dominican, but not so much if you're like my complexion, which I definitely met a woman who she was like, when I go to the salon, they don't know that I can hear everything they're saying about me because she's like my complexion, you know what I'm saying? And they just assume, and they're Dominican. That's the crazy thing. They are Dominican. And so they know that there are different shades and complexions of Dominicans, but they just assume that she isn't. But she definitely was someone who was overlooked, even by her native people from her country, outside of the country.
I have a great example for this. Is Amara La Negra, who is
Oh
Dominican.
yeah.
She talks all the time about how Black American, it's going to be our fault. Black American people will not accept her because they're like, you're not Black American. And Latin people will also not accept her because they're like, you're Black. And I think that this is the difficulty that Black Afro-Latin people have to face, is that the Black community is like, you got your own culture and language, so you're not with us. But then Latin people are like, Latin people are light skinned. See Jennifer Lopez and Mark Anthony, like, what is this? You're Black, so you're not with us. So that's one thing she's called out, is Amara La Negra talks about colorism in the Latin community. There's also a saying of the darker the skin tone, the louder the Spanish, as meaning that Afro-Latin people who are dark skinned, oftentimes they're like, you're not really Latin, whatever. And so they will go even harder, louder, even faster to prove that they are a part of the community. And I'm glad, Helese, that you mentioned what I talked about, because I lived, okay, because Dominicans always want to come at me, lived, okay, it wasn't touristic, it wasn't a resort, okay, lived in the Dominican Republic for 6 months, okay, in an orphanage, and saw people our skin tone all the time, saw brown to dark skin. This is one of the reasons I was very fascinated and interested in going to the Dominican Republic, is because I'm like, I've been studying Spanish. I want to, communicate with Black people. And then come back to the US and everybody that's Dominican is light skinned. I'm like, what is this? The baseball team, or like Cardi B being, I'm like, what? Like, I just saw people that looked like us that were Dominican. How did we get to like this light skin? And so I think, to your point, Helese, like we had talked about Mexico versus the DR, who has privilege, who doesn't, is people that have privileges within the DR, light skinned people, are the ones that are able to come to the US. And those are also the people that the US is going to elevate as a form of colorism over dark-skinned people like Amara La Negra. And the final thing I wanted to say was that when I was in the DR, I was perceived as Haitian because they always wore straight hair all the time. Everybody begged me to wear straight hair, to straighten my hair, whatever. And when they realized I wasn't Haitian based off my accent or whatever, then they were like, oh, you're American, you should have just said that. And I'm like, there's no recognition that you're out here mistreating Haitian people. It's just like, girl, lead with Americans so you can get good treatment. But we never connected that it's being American that allows us to be treated better than Haitian people. And I also think, as Black people, I think it's complicated to think that one thing that causes your marginalization can be the same thing that causes your fetishization, right? So you're thinking, I think, Apryl, this would be a very great example for you if you wanted to be a case study anyways, of like, okay, in your family, right, the hair wasn't doing what they wanted to do, right? That was marginalization. But then maybe, and you got around a bunch of darker skinned Black people, maybe that had froze and were like, oh my God, your hair is fire, right? So like, it's the same thing where you have the same feature, but to one group, it causes a marginalization, and to another group it's a fetishization. So I think that is a great conversation to talk about, because I think it is confusing for us as Black Americans, where we're like, whoa, being Black has caused so much marginalization in the US, but then we go outside the US and it's like, but you're American, so now you have privileges. So then we think, okay, now we're going to lean into that without understanding that the Black people in that space are still being mistreated, right? We're just happy that finally, using the American passport privilege, we can have a great time, but we don't. That's at the expense of the Haitian people, right?
Yeah.
Of the Afro-Latin people, because we are not Latin, so therefore we can have a good time.
Yeah. And I want to say about Mexico too, just living in South Carolina where and also living in New York, but mostly in South Carolina where there are so many Mexicans who are more darker skinned, you wouldn't necessarily look at, okay, so we had neighbors who lived next to us. They were Mexican, but they were like, I think what they might be considered white, I think, in Mexico, but like not here for several reasons, because they were like maybe a little tan, but like definitely had super dark hair, dark eyes, and had accents, so it's like automatically, unless you got like a British accent or, maybe like a European type of accent that's like Nordic, like the, whatever, Netherlands or whatever, like you're not considered white over here. But I've noticed that in Mexico, what definitely looks Mexican to me is considered white, and they have identified themselves as white in that realm. And so it's really weird for people who identify as white to still talk about the gentrifiers, including the Black Americans who are benefiting and having privileged, access to their neighborhoods because of the American passport, but they're still elevated above brown-skinned Mexicans in their own country. And that's not a conversation that they're also willing to have, because I don't think that all of them who are activists against gentrification are activists for the huge class divide that was already there before Black Americans started expating there and immigrating there.
Yeah.
So that's a very interesting dynamic to contend with, both identities being privileged in one way, and then of course if it's super uncomfortable, I would never ever stand comfortably in the knowledge that I need to make sure I say I'm not Haitian in Mexico, because there were Haitian refugees, coming into Mexico and like living in certain areas of Mexico City in tents and things like that, needing aid and seeking aid and receiving aid. And so how, like, they say, like, make sure if you're American, you're Black, you walk with your passport so that they know you're not Haitian. But it's like, something about that also feels off to me as well. I never want to be proud that I'm not Haitian. You know what I mean? Like that just feels weird to me. And that's not something that I'm going to feel proud about, even if I'm definitely to protect myself. Okay, sure, I can identify myself. First of all, let me just say I've never walked around with my passport. I still use my American driver's license to get in the clubs if they ID people. That's the only time I really ever needed my ID. But I leave my passport at home. I ain't trying to lose that thing. Like, can you imagine? Like, I'm not trying to lose it. So I'm not walking around with my passport. I've never had any issues, but I'm just saying, I think that's really messed up, that it's almost like they want you to, it's this other way of just creating more division. And even what you said about being seen as African, I think you were saying it was in a cab, like offline, you were saying it was in a cab. You were in a cab with the two lighter skinned American Black women. It's not that you don't want to be seen as African, but it's just like, I know that you're placing a judgment on me because you need to try to put me in a box as African, because we're in India. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't even like your own dark-skinned people. You know what I'm saying? I know you don't like Africans.
Yeah.
So are you going to charge me more for this ride? Like, I don't know. Like, I need to kind of understand what this is about. And again, because I never want to be proud to not be something Black.
But I also was like, Helese, I was thinking to him, I'm like, you don't understand the variations of what Black people can come in, because he said he couldn't place them. He's like, I don't know where they're from. And I'm like, they could be from Africa too, but that's not the point. Obviously very proud to be to be the descendant of African people. Let me just get a few comments because you have one too, Helese. So our person that's been in the chat this whole time commenting.
Maria.
Okay. Went to high school where there were majority of students that spoke Spanish, and you were not readily accepted as part of the group unless you spoke Spanish, even if you were part Latina. So this is a great point to make. I have noticed that we have stereotyped people that if they are Latin, we assume that they speak Spanish, and some people do not, right? Some people have been born in the US, maybe been speaking English their whole life. Maybe their grandparents do speak Spanish, but they don't. I know a woman that is Afro-Mexican, and she's like, yeah, I don't speak Spanish like that. I know my grandma is very disappointed about that, but I'm from the US. So it's really that also is a language division, right? We talk about how we look, but also speaking the language is a division. And I also wanted to mention that, as we keep talking about this, is such a good conversation. When I was in Morocco, myself and another Black woman were there, and a Moroccan person was like, are you two from Africa? And I was like, dude, you literally live in Morocco.
Right.
Literally
in Africa.
So I don't know why you're asking me if I'm from Africa when obviously you live on a continent. But I think that's even more interesting is like regionally, you're literally on the continent talking about, no, we're Moroccan. Or he said we identify as part of the Middle East. And I'm like, do you know geography?
I've heard that.
But that's another conversation for another day. And then, Helese, when you talked about being white, there was this dude from Colombia who is white in Colombia. He moved to the US just for like a program, and he thought of himself as white, but them white people got to him and were like, you are Latin, you are Colombian, we do not see you as white. And then he was unprepared. I was like, that's what you get for thinking. He wanted to lean into that white privilege. And I'm like, how I feel now that you can't lean into it, and now they're looking at you like a marginalized person. And then finally, we have a comment. This is for you, Helese. It's from Lifting As We Climb Consultant. Thank you for speaking on this, as I was confused about it, as I have experienced some Latinos who consider themselves as white.
And I think what it is that it's status based. It's not that. So like, obviously we know that Mexico was colonized by Europe, and there was a lot of mixing with Middle Eastern people as well. I think particularly Lebanese, but I'm not super well versed on the history, but I know there was Middle Eastern people there as well, and some other non-Romance language speaking countries, like, I don't know, I guess Germany, because I don't think Germany's not a Romance language country. There's Italy, and there's France, Spain, of course. I don't know about Germany. Anyway, because the language don't sound romantic at all. That's what I'm saying.
I don't think Germanic is.
I don't think Germanic is. Okay, so you're right. But yeah, they all came over, right? And so I think that when these people say that they're white, they do mean of European descent, but I think there's mixing with the indigenous people as well. And I think it just literally means that they are, like, status wise, not even that they're the richest or the 1%, because I definitely don't think I have any friends who are rich in Mexico or anywhere. But I think that it's just a status thing. They're not saying, like, when white over here literally means like descendants of like the Irish and like the people who came to colonize, and maybe descendants of Italians as well, because of course we have those immigrants who came over in the 30s, so they do consider themselves white as well. But I just feel like they just mean like status wise, like they're like in the race group that is considered, there's no higher, like, there's not enough of them, because even though there may be some like blonde hair, blue eyes, like Mexicans, I don't see a lot of them. I mean, I don't think there's a ton in large numbers that like make up a huge elite class. I think the people with the most money and the most power in the country still have those like olive tone skin and dark features and dark hair and look like that. But over here, it's like literally the blonde hair, blue eye, like Nordic type, like, you know what I'm saying, type of white person. And I think that's and those people hold the most power here in this country. So I think they're just talking about, like, we are the group that is part of the group that is indistinguishable from the people who hold the most power and the money in the country. That's what they mean by white.
Yeah, the
Okay,
proximity
Elise,
to whiteness. Yeah.
proximity to whiteness, we're going to learn something today. Okay,
Oh,
Romance languages. We got Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Germanic languages are English, German, and Dutch.
yeah.
Okay.
Romanian is the last one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah.
If
So,
you think about it, Romanian. I don't know.
Oh, Romanian.
oh, okay. So Romanian is part of the Romance language.
Yeah, Spanish,
Okay.
Portuguese, French, Italian, Romanian.
Oh, okay.
And then in Colombia, there was a woman that said, trabaja como un negro para vivir como un blanco. I'm going to
I work like a Black person, but I live like a white person.
white. And I was like, I can't. And this is a regular thing. Like, it wasn't even, she saw me and was like, hey, girl, let me tell you this. Like, she says this all the time. I'm like, this is just a saying that you don't live like a Black person so you can live like a white person. And I'm like, that is wild. That
That's telling. That's very, very telling.
That's very telling. And
But how is that not the same here, though?
I think it's the same.
Well, I'm not saying it's not the same.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No. I'm saying like our Black excellence checklist, as I call it. Like we want to have the things that.
Oh, okay.
And if we can check off the boxes on the Black excellence checklist, then we are living. We don't call it that.
We don't call it that, but
if Black excellence is at its heart based on having the things that white people have and attaining the things that white people have attained, then if we check off those boxes, then we will have, like you said, Helese, the status. And not just within Black people, we have reached the American dream, or are by all, by mostly considered to be conventionally successful.
Okay.
So that's how I took what she was saying. Like, I look Black, but I don't have the thing. Like I'm not, getting it out the mud like these Black people are.
And then it's really interesting that the narrative about Black people is that they're lazy, though. That's the weird thing.
They only
like,
started
which one is it?
Stop working for free.
Oh yeah, that part.
In the comment, I also have to tell you that my godmother, who was a dark-skinned Black woman from Panama, told me that the whites told her in the States that since she spoke fluent Spanish, she is not Black.
Interesting. Yeah. And I could see why, because again, it's like if you speak Spanish and you're Afro-Latina, then you're not in the class. You're not in the same class as someone who African, and I think depending on your occupation and how much money you have, you could either be seen as a class above Black Americans or as a class below. I think it depends. And another thing I wanted to say about Mexicans who come from Mexico and like settle in the United States and immigrate here, when you see a lot of like in the areas that you see a lot of dark-skinned Mexicans, it's almost as if they're allowed to come here to be the under like working class, in the way that lighter skin Latinas from other countries are brought in to maybe surpass Black Americans and will maybe be able to do that easier in a way that if you're dark skin, you may not be able to, because you might remain in a certain like economic like bracket and social class. So just depending on your skin tone, it probably depends on whether or not you're going to be able to like surpass like, because we were basically considered the underclass for the longest time until immigration, really kicked up. And then, now there's a whole bunch of different stratas. But anyway, I've been watching a lot of videos on class lately. It's just really, really interesting. And it's so interesting because I wonder if this Black woman who told her grandmother that was saying it in a way of like, you're not one of us, and like you can't be one of us, or like you're not one of us, so like literally you're more privileged than us and take that and run. You know what I mean? Because sometimes people do like to kind of orientate themselves and let you know, like whether it's they're exalting you or putting you down. It's like they're just kind of letting you like, compared to me, you're going to be treated better here because of this, or compared to me, you're going to be treated worse here, or maybe even you're not on my own level, so don't try to commingle with me and be integrated with me. I wonder where that, I just wonder where that was coming from, because that's like really interesting.
Okay, so Prill, how
Yeah.
much more time do we have you for? 5 minutes.
Okay, yes.
5 minutes. Okay. Prill, is there any final parting words that you want to say to the audience? Let us know about your channel, about yourself, anything that you want to say. Identify, tell us about that hair texture, that skin tone, how it has impacted your life outcomes. I'm messing with you, Prill. Anything that you want to say, the last 4 minutes, Prill, are yours.
Let me say this, that I have really enjoyed this conversation. So thank you both so much. And to Alicia, if you're watching on the replay, thank you. It feels so good to have like intellectual conversations with Black women who get it. You all are well traveled. When I was describing you, I'm like, they are so well traveled. They've gone all these all these places. They're beautiful. It I feel just so privileged to, as you mentioned, Helese, step away from my conditioning and open up room in my life to be able to have some of these relationships and meet some of these absolutely amazing Black women. I am on, as you all know, because we've talked about it offline, but I'm kind of in this little floating space. Like I said, I'm sequestered in my in my bedroom at my son's house, but I am going to Colombia. I am starting and using this time here to get myself emotionally and mentally prepared to go someplace new, to potentially date after I mentioned 12 years of not dating, to learn new dances, to have space and room for new relationships and new friendships, and to have even more of like an awakening that happens every time I go someplace new. It seems like I'm unlocking new parts of myself that I didn't even know existed. And I love that. I love it. It's adventures. It's scary and it's exciting, but it's adventures. And I look forward to it. So if you check me out on my channel at Positively Prill, we were talking about Cuba. I did make a video about my time there. I went for dancing and just some of the sights that we saw. I've had people in the comments say like, oh, it felt like I was with you there, or I haven't been there in a long time. And, I felt like I was back there. And I do have some adventures. I've got a video coming later this week about my first 90 days being back here in the States. Oh, I was on the struggle bus. It was so bad. It was, and I struggled in ways that like it came out of left field. Like I thought that I knew some of the areas that I might struggle in, and I was cool with those. It was just some other stuff. So keep an eye out for that here in the next couple of days. I'll post that video. But yeah, I just thank you so much again. This has been an amazing conversation, and thank you so much for the opportunity to fellowship, okay, on this good Sunday. All right. But yeah, it means so much to me. And thank you, Dr. Kamani. And thank you so much, Marissa. Just again, absolutely amazing Black women. So now it's time to eat, y'all. I've been trying to snack on my little oyster crackers on the low, my breakfast. Well, I guess it's brunch now.
It's brunch, Prill. You are fantastic. You are my sister. I am so glad that you were able to stop by. We are honored to have you here. I hope you have a wonderful time in Colombia, and we will be following you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, ladies. Later, Gators. Okay. Bye-bye.
Okay, Helese, and we are still here. Okay, the amazing facilitator. Take no breaks, just here constantly and consistently. And now it is just our chatting time. It is our kick our shoes off, take our wigs off. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. I'm kidding. It's our kickback time. Helese, you have been doing a fantastic job. So now you can just sit back and relax, and I will take the chat.
Yeah, let me know if there's any comments that we need to respond to.
Okay, let's go through the chat. Let's go through the chat, please. We got things to respond to. All right, first, great conversation, ladies. Thank you. This topic has to be discussed more. Black women should rule the world. We are the smartest and have so much to give.
Yeah. We actually hold, okay, let me tell you about this conversation between 3 aliens in my parents' front yard last Sunday. My sister came to visit from Brooklyn, and she's planning on moving to Mexico City with her partner in August of this year. So, but we met up, her high school like ex-boyfriend came through, and he was always like a weird one as well. We later found out he has ADHD. Woo, he's one of us. I don't know if my sister has ADHD, but I just literally, we've been having conversations. I think my sister's definitely neurodivergent as well. Like the signs were always there, but we present differently. But we were just having a conversation where her ex was like, yeah, by the way, shout out to the Black woman because you guys hold the mitochondrial DNA and we literally hold the DNA for all other ethnicities and races of women. So that's why I'm like, I find it like really ridiculous when people talk about Black women who wear other textures of women's hair. I'm like, it's our hair. It's all our hair. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we created and birthed the world. So it's only right that we should rule it. I totally agree with that. And yeah, I think it's just important to acknowledge like they discovered that, like that's real, and nations are birthed from us. So I mean, when you really look at the story of Black women and where we are in the world today, I will say, especially in the United States, we are revolutionizing rest. We're talking more about how we want our lives to be soft. We're talking more about divesting from groups that don't appreciate us, whether it be white people who take advantage of our labor, whether it be Black men who take advantage of our labor, or whatever the case may be. I mean, doesn't that sound like a mother who's had enough? Doesn't that sound like a mother who's tired of being taken advantage of and everybody coming over to take from her and never give? Doesn't that sound like a woman who is tired and who's been taking care of everybody her whole entire life? I mean, Black women really are the mothers of humanity. But that does not mean that we deserve to be treated like a mammy. You know what I'm saying? That does not mean that we deserve to be mistreated.
No.
So we're standing up for ourselves. We're taking our power back. And I definitely think everything that everybody mentioned on this live, but what Apryl just mentioned about like healing and just unlocking different parts of herself, that's just not something that a lot of Black women have had the time and the resources to do in the past. I mean, we always had our outliers. I mean, we always have the Black women who in history did amazing things. And it's just like, how was she able to do that? Was she like this alien, or how was she able to like break free? Because, for instance, I'm really interested in the stories of like Blacks who were free during the time of slavery. Because it's like, how in the heck did you do that? That's like really out there, and they were outliers. But at the end of the day, I feel like I'm glad that as a collective movement, we're doing this as a collective. I mean, you can go on Substack right now and see like thousands of articles written by Black women who are just like, I'm gonna take a break. I'm taking a break. I'm just not going to put up with certain things. My children are grown. I'm gonna do what I want. You know, one of the women that I follow on YouTube, she has a channel called My Wish, My Command. And this is a woman who like went to Ghana and stayed in the north, built a farm with her husband. Later on, they separated and got divorced, but she's just like traveling the world. I think right now she's in Kenya, and she's like living her life. Her children are grown, and she's just like, I've raised them. They're doing what they're doing, and I'm living my life. Like, I'm not stopping anything, you know? And I mean, even younger women who I see who like have kids at a young age, like, I had a friend who had a son really young. I think she was like in her mid-20s, and she used to take him everywhere with her. It just wasn't stopping anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was just like, I'm going to live. I'm not going to be bound by these conditions that people put on me, that I need to be ashamed of my choices, or that I need to hold back or live small. I'm going to live. So I totally agree with that statement. Yeah,
I agree
I totally agree with that statement.
Okay, so we have a comment like previously, but I thought it was a really good comment that I live in the Central Valley in Cali with one of the highest populations of Mexicans in the US. Many of them will let you know that they are more Spanish than Mexican to let you know they are white.
That's
And they
really interesting.
say
Yeah.
it's their way of saying they are mixed or light-skinned. One more part.
Mm,
The proximity to whiteness gives them a sense of pride. It's how some of us view lightness mixed.
I hope that makes sense. Yeah, no, it does. I understood exactly what you said when you said it's like them saying that they're like mixed or light skin. I mean, and the thing is, it's like there's nothing wrong. Like there's nothing wrong with being proud of who you are, if that's who you are, but it's just a matter of like, why are you saying it? And what what is the context in which you're saying this? And like, why do you feel the need to say it? I mean, obviously being a Black woman who identifies with the struggles of Black people all around the world, who at least recognizes that it happened. I'm not going to say I identify with all the struggles. I'm going to say, like, I recognize that it happened. And I recognize that the world has been colonized by just a few countries for the most part. And it's really messed up. And it basically creates a lot of the inequalities that we have today. I'm going to say I definitely feel like I have more of a respect, or like I'm drawn towards people who want to claim their indigenous roots and anything related to Blackness more than whiteness. I mean, but at the same time, it's like, you ain't got to be ashamed of who you are, but like, why are you telling me, and why are you trying to distinguish yourself? Um,
Yeah, and I know, Helese, too. I know this Mexican American woman that will tell people, like, I'm American. Like sometimes they perceive her as Mexican. She's like Mexican American. And so this
mhm,
is not necessarily like light skinnedness or whiteness, but I think it's American privilege of like, okay,
yeah,
I see me as Mexican, but I am also American. So,
yeah,
like, don't treat me like the regular Mexican person. I think it's just to distance yourself,
yeah,
from your community a little bit. And I think it is hard, Helise, because I can understand why people, for example, don't want to identify as Black. Am I saying that's wrong or right? No. But I can understand why you would be like, I don't want to be called that, Dominican specifically, because of the way they mistreat these groups. It's always going back to mistreatment. It's not like
yeah,
people just want to identify some way because they think it's cute, but
right,
it's literally because they have brutalized, dehumanized people. We know that they treat you worse if you identify in certain ways. But I think that we just have to find a way to still identify as who we are and not
yeah,
change who we are, because the society cannot accept that, right?
I
You and I
get,
are
yeah.
still going to identify as Black, even though we are going to be mistreated for doing so.
But also, we don't um have a choice. Like, we're not ambiguous. So there's that. I think because it's like, even if when we travel, as soon as we open our mouths, they're gonna know. They're gonna know. Like, I mean, unless you have like a super great, you know what I'm saying? But like, they're gonna know. So it's just like, when you're unambiguously Black, you can't really play that game. And I think the problem is that they do internalize the colorism, and they do think that they're better. And so I feel like, again, there's nothing wrong with being proud. Like, if those Mexicans are more European than they are indigenous, then they can trace their family back to Spain. I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with saying so, but it is bad when you internalize the superiority complex and actually think that you're better than indigenous Mexicans. That is where the problem is. And I think with Dominicans, it's different, because they're denying that they even have that at all. And therefore they are denying a part of themselves. And I think self-denial just basically, I think it's not good. And I think it basically leads to a lot of disease, whether it be physical disease, or whether like it's just a social disease. And they're also like internalizing the superiority of being better than darker skinned Dominicans and Haitians. So I think that's the issue. But it's like, if you really are, because I feel like, I mean, the argument is like, Mexicans who consider themselves white in Mexico will rail against gentrification when they themselves are colonizers or descendants of colonizers. So it's like, yeah, a lot of them are descendants of Europeans and they are mixed with European blood. They're not necessarily from that land, and a lot of their families aren't necessarily from that land, so they can't even necessarily claim that right. But it's just like when you really actually do think you're better. And then I feel like, is there even a way to create these separations and not think that you're better? I mean, is there even a way to live in that way and not internalize that? I don't know. Because it's like, even if you accept the better treatment, is that like kind of an implication on your character? I don't know.
It's a good point that you made. So you got some nuance there. Thank you for that, which is that when people have internalized self-hate, that's a problem. Like if you're just identifying, this is a part of my heritage. I know somebody that gets perceived as Mexican, but she's from Argentina. And she's like, no, I'm from Argentina, but it's not like I'm better than them. Like, it's just like, actually, I just wanted to correct you. I'm not Mexican. I am from Argentina, a recognition of where she's from. But if it's like, listen, okay, I want to separate myself, or this is self-hate, then that's when it's going to be a problem. So
Yeah.
just in the comments really quick, Claude is here. Hello. It's okay. No matter how late or what time you arrived, you are right on time. And we are so glad to have you here. I have a video / multiple videos with Claude. We've talked about Cartagena, Colombia on my channel. We also have talked about Haiti. So, Claude, if you're listening, we've talked about how in the Dominican Republic, being perceived as Haitian is a problem and being mistreated for being perceived as Haitian. So I know you got some great things to say about the ways that people perceive us. So thanks for your comment. And then we also had Prophet Mother who said, we can't blame the victims for the system that oppresses them. We will never blame the victims. It's just, what are you going to do? Are we going to just lean into victimhood? Are we going to become perpetrators of the offense?
But that's what I was going to say. What about within the victimhood? Do they then become the oppressor and the progenitor of that same hate?
Yeah. And what if you are a person that's now becoming the person that is hating on other people? Because we can also do that within our own group. And I've heard people, Helese, say, like, they're Mexican and they're like, I don't like Mexicans that are short, or I would never date a Mexican man. And I'm like, this is a problem.
Did I tell y'all that all, like, a couple of my Mexican friends are like, they don't date Mexicans?
You did not tell us
The
that.
women don't like the Mexican men, the men don't like the Mexican women. And I just think that it's really interesting. And I think I don't want to speak for, they're fine with, it's not a white thing, because I can definitely say that these two particular friends I'm talking about, like, they date Black people from other cultures, or brown skin or dark skin Latinas from other cultures. But they just don't want to date Mexicans, which is weird because they're Mexican. But it's kind of like, me as a Black American woman, right? I think Alicia was saying that she might have to date, like, in Brazil, she might have to date a foreigner who's like from outside of the Brazilian system, who's integrated into Brazilian culture, because you got to strike the right balance. I mean, think about the ways that a lot of Black men who aren't intellectual, who couldn't engage in this conversation because they don't have the nuance. Like, would you know what I mean? Like, I've heard a lot of Black women and seen a lot of Black women online say that they don't date Black American men, and I've seen Black women from Africa. They're like, I don't, like, whatever country they're from, they don't date men from the country.
Okay, the thing is, Helese, I got you on this. It is because when you are from the racial or ethnic group, you have an intimate experience with that. You have things related to trauma. You could have things related to bullying. You could have things related to, like, people putting you in a box. I know an Indian woman that's like, I don't like dating Indian men. And it makes sense, right? Like, you know that culture so intimately, you know the ins and outs, you've been mistreated because of it. It could take an extreme form of, like, therefore, I just want to date somebody that is not whatever. That's one thing. I'm not giving everybody a pass on it. The other thing can be internalized self-hate. We know this, for example, with Black men that are like, Black women just white women are better because blah, blah, blah. Like, that's not okay.
Is internalized. That's clearly internalized self-hate.
Like, that's not okay to be doing. So I would say, I will caution to say I don't date this type of person because generalizations, isms, like you can't just say
Typically,
that the
yeah,
whole group of people is just
for the
X.
most part, yeah.
But you could pretty much say, maybe because of my experience with Indian people, I'm just not interested, right? Like I'm still trying to heal from my trauma, so I'm not interested in dating this type of person. But we cannot make the assumption, Helese, that a person from another group wouldn't do the same thing that the person from that group has done, you know?
Especially when you think about like how like we again, most people go along with the status quo. So if a particular country's culture is that way, it is like very difficult to think that they would just be different. I mean, that's what it is. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I think, and then I think because dating is such an intimate experience and you have to go through it to know, it's like, how many times do I have to have an initial conversation to hear the same words come out in the same sequence about the same topic to know that you are from this place, you think this way because you are not going to, you're just not part of the 1% that was going to do the work to be different or just, be exposed to something else and therefore become a different person. So,
Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah, I love that. Okay, Helese, we're gonna go all the way back. We're going back
Okay.
because at this portion we're just doing comments.
Okay.
We had this comment, and you were a hairdresser, so you could help us with this, which was that I loathe the categorization of hair types. Hair is hair. I can't believe I can't behave, and it is never good or bad. So the thing that I want to say, Helese, and you could tell me if you agree with this or not. I understand that hair typing is obviously a hierarchy, and we should not prioritize or pedestalize certain hair textures over other. However, Helese, I think that hair typing is good so that you know what products work with your hair, so you know who to follow on YouTube. Because I told you we were out here following people that had like a loose hair texture, and then we would come back and be like, it didn't do what it needed to do. So what do you think about that? Because I do think the information is valuable. It's just unfortunately when we start pedestalizing it, that's when I feel like it's a problem.
I think that, so I wasn't a hairdresser per se. I definitely do my own hair, but I worked in hair salons and I was exposed to all types of hair in those salons. But hair categorization is one thing. But like you said, the pedestalizing and the putting down of one versus the other is another thing. Now, is it okay for me to think that my own hair type is the best hair type? Yes, because it's growing out of my head. It's for me, I feel like that's okay. Like, I feel like, I'm not a part of the dominant culture. I'm not a white woman with like straight hair. I don't think it's problematic for me as a Black woman to think that my, what they call ether 9 coils is better than, is ultimately better than anybody else's. But I feel like everyone should kind of feel that way. Like, it's okay if you think that your hair is the best. It's one thing. I just think that it gets really like murky when you're pedestalizing the dominant culture or the hair types that have been placed higher than others because of its proximity to the dominant culture. That's where it gets weird, but it's also like not bad to recognize the beauty of other textures of hair as well and the way it behaves. And she's so funny. She said hair doesn't behave. And I get what she's saying, but I feel like, hair does behave and act a certain way. And I think that it's not a good or bad way. It's just science. Like, it's literally just science. They say that hair is dead and that's why you can't feel it when you cut it. But to me, hair is very much alive. Like, it's very much a spiritual thing. And I may have contradicted myself saying, like maybe that's not scientific, but I do believe that hair says so much about who we are. And I do think that hair, especially the way, like, think about the locking process, it definitely seems to have a certain energy about it that I think responds to how we think of it. It responds to how we treat it. And the categorization of hair, I think, is important in terms of like learning about hair care. Yes, I do agree with that. But what's so funny is that cultures like other cultures' practices can work so well with other types of hair. Like look at Ayurvedic medicine and like henna, you know, and all those different things. I mean, those kind of oils and herbs can be so good for all different hair types if you learn how to properly use them. So
Thank
you
you.
know, I mean, that's I feel like cross culturalism is really important and is healthy, but I think like it's just okay for us to acknowledge our differences, acknowledge what works and what doesn't. And I do think that it's like if I think dark skin and brown skin is the best thing and it's the best complexion, I feel like that's okay. If you're white and you think that, I guess that's fine. I just feel like it's weird if you publicly say it because it's like you're already the dominant culture. Why do you need to then proclaim that? Because it creates so many issues. That's just my
It's okay.
opinion.
Your opinions are valid here. Okay, they also had wrote, I edited myself for a performance improvement plan and straightened my hair before the meeting. This was premeditated and calculated. I thought my natural curly hair would work against me or amplify my blackness. So I want
Mm,
to talk about this comment, Helese, because I have a friend that has like really long hair. It's very curly. And when she went on her interviews for med school, she always straightened her hair for the med school interviews. And I would be thinking, like, her hair is already like socially acceptable. It's pretty loose, but she's like, nah, I just got to make sure for those interviews, I was always going to wear it straight. And it's something about feeling the need to like mute your features, feeling the need to like assimilate or have a hairstyle that other white women could have when we're in an interview process, when we're being evaluated. It's like show your best self. And I wonder what you thought about this in terms of I understand why we do this, but I also think it's unfortunate. And when I first went natural, I had talked to my advisor about this, and I was like, I'm really afraid because I'm about to be looking for jobs. And she was like, if a job can't accept you for having natural hair, you don't need to be working at that job. So, what is your take on that, Helise?
I mean, in terms of your friend from medical school, I feel like the process for getting into medical school is probably like maybe there's only like a few medical schools that you can get into. So if you, I don't know, I just feel like in 2026, I don't like to shame people for doing what they feel they need to do because after so many hard years of work to, pre-med, I suppose, I don't know the path to being a doctor, but pre-med, right? And then you have to get into medical school. Like you probably have a choice of a few because it's got to be local. Like med school is probably not something you could do remotely, right? You got to physically be there. And it could be something where she's just doing that to get through the interview process. And then she's going to let it be curly once she gets hired. But because first impressions, and she's playing to their biases. And you could say, like, you could definitely say if a medical school doesn't want you because your hair is curly, then you shouldn't want to be there. I definitely think today, in this day and age, that is absolutely true. But I don't hold any judgment for the friend who does that because they haven't cultivated a worldview within themselves or maybe a confidence within themselves to know that the reality that I create for myself and attract for myself is going to attract a school that accepts me for who I am. I can't be mad at someone, like one individual, right, for not being there yet. Plus, I don't think that person is doing the thing we talked about in terms of like the victimhood, right? I don't think they're necessarily perpetuating texturism themselves. It would be the biased interviewers who would be doing that if they decided to pass her over because of her curly hair, which they're probably doing unconsciously. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think it's a really complex thing. And I think in terms of the person who commented, you know, it doesn't sound like it doesn't sound like you really enjoyed the choice. It doesn't sound like you wanted to do it. I mean, it kind of doesn't even sound like your friend really wanted to straighten her hair, Maya, either. But I definitely felt a sense of internal conflict with the commenter who said that they like, because I think she said she muted herself or she changed herself, she edited herself, and it sounds like that's something that she didn't want to do. I mean, let's be clear, having curly hair, having straight hair has nothing to do with caring or being a good physician or not. And it will not play into any work that you have to do at all, unless if you are a hair model, that's literally the only time I feel like it matters. You know what I'm saying? So no, it's pretty biased of someone to like discredit you for that or to pass you over for that. But I think we have to check in with ourselves to decide, am I making a choice that's going to serve me? Because if I do this now, how much am I going to have to continue to do this throughout the time that I'm working here? If I show up with myself and take that risk now, because that's where the trust comes in.
Good point.
Because enough people have shifted, I think, because it's 2026. Maybe if this were even 2016 or even like 2006 or like, you know what I'm saying, 1986, it's like, I don't know, maybe there just would not be enough people and maybe it wouldn't even be a question and it would be super revolutionary for you to wear your natural hair into an interview. But I think in 2026, more people expect it. More people can expect lawsuits if they know that they're discriminated against. So I just feel like it is safer to be yourself because, again, it's always our ancestors and those people who fought for the Crown Act in California for you to be able to wear your natural hair to work, which is crazy that we needed that law, but it's here. You know what I'm saying? I feel like it's safer to be yourself now. So there almost seems like there's less of an excuse to do that. But then I'm not going to judge the people who do it because they're still probably dealing with something that, you know what I'm saying, makes them feel like that's what they need to do.
And I also want to talk about the colorism of it all because she mentioned that when she would walk in to the office or walk in with a patient, they automatically assume she was the doctor. But then when her friend that is dark skinned with short hair, kind of like mine, they would assume she was the nurse, even though she was the doctor. So it was the colorism of it all was also that she was privileged for being light skinned and that she did have the ability to be able to straighten it where that friend with the kinky hair did not have that ability to change herself in that way. And I agree with what you said. Like, I'm always like, Black people have been through enough. So like whatever you're trying to do to survive, I understand as long as you're not saying that you're better than somebody else for doing that. Because I had another friend, I got too many friends, Helese. I had another friend in Chicago. She's light skinned. She would straighten her hair at school. And there was another woman that was dark skinned, wore her hair like mine. And the kids would say to her, why doesn't Miss such and such wear her hair like yours? Like, you look so much better. You look so much more professional. You look so pretty. Like, stuff like that is awful, Helese. Who wants to hear that?
It's awful.
Show up and do your job.
It's just like, and then it depends on everything. But if you have the energy, that becomes a teaching moment for those kids who, again, are very brainwashed and conditioned. And it would be really difficult to remain neutral in that situation. But, you know.
You laugh. That happened to me too when I was in the DR. The kids will always be like, Maya, the white people's hair is so much better than yours. Like, look at what you can do with their hair. Every time they came in to the orphanage, they would play with their hair and they were like, look at this, Maya. I can take it out the ponytail and look at that, Maya. Like, literally showing to me that the white people's hair was better than my own hair. So I agree with you. Like, it could be a teacher moment. Now listen, Helese, the DR, you got too many people to teach. And this is so deeply ingrained.
Exactly.
That on. I was so tired of teaching. I'm like, enough. I'll just
I don't even see how I have like such a low tolerance for that. Like, even when Apryl was talking about her experience in Cuba, like, nah, bro, I can't. Like, I might spaz. And then like, if I just hold it in, like, I'm afraid of who I'm going to be. Like, even 2 weeks felt like too long. Like, I don't even know how you did 6 months. I don't even know.
Every day. I cried every day. It was awful and horrific. But I was like, I worked so hard to get here and I don't want to just go back. And I kept telling myself, Helese, this is the main thing. I was like, these are children. We talking about people that are literally under the age of 11, right? So I kept thinking, I'm like, indoctrination. These are children. I do say a lot about the Dominican kids, like they were just awful. There were great moments. Like there was this one girl who said, Maya, tienes la sonrisa por dentro y por fuera. Haven't been speaking Spanish in a while, so it's always choppy. But anyways, so she had told me like I smile from the inside and out. Like she could see the beauty of my smile all the
That's
time, right? So
beautiful.
they say some amazing things, but I just also want to acknowledge the fact that this was a place that was extremely traumatizing in terms of colorism.
Yeah.
Okay, we have another comment here that is, take it from some woman 60 and older. Many of us women of color are now losing our hair from years of using relaxers. It is thinning out our hair and causing other hormonal issues as we age.
That's really interesting. I've seen a lot of you because my algorithm is set up where it's going to show me the hair issues and things like that. I stopped using relaxers when I was 18. That's when I went natural. And then I think in like a 2006, I'm just going to put that year out there. I think I did it again just on my own, and it wasn't that great. I ended up cutting my hair again. And then I did a texturizer not too, like maybe about a year ago when my hair was short, and I did, it's like a Tex-Lax, you know, so I did that, like, and I did one touch up and I was like, there's just no way. I am just not built for this. I just not built for this, but it was fun as an experiment just to see what could happen, but nah, so it's interesting because I feel as though there was a study that came out that said like the hormonal issues that may result from relaxers is from using box at-home relaxers inappropriately and not necessarily from a licensed cosmetologist. So I don't know. And then in terms of like, again, the hair falling out, that could be caused from other hormonal issues as well. There is ways to like get testing and different hormonal panels done to learn if you're just really deficient in a certain nutrient to see like if that's causing the hair loss. I know iron, because in Chinese medicine, they say that hair is a surplus of the blood. So if your blood is not flowing, then you will not be feeding your hair follicles and growing like strong, healthy hair. That's why scalp massages are really important. But also there could be a whole bunch of issues as to why your hair is thinning, but you should see a dermatologist, or you should see a trichologist, and you should see a doctor to get your hormonal panels done to try to maybe identify the cause. If it's a like external like scalp issue, a trichologist is a scalp and like hair follicle specialist. They're going to be able to like use a microscope and see if there's any scarring or whatever the case may be, to see if that's why hair is not growing. If it's just a skin condition, a dermatologist will be able to see that. And if it's like, if you see a doctor and get your labs done, they will be able to identify any nutritional deficiencies or hormonal issues that may be causing the hair loss as well. So,
Elise, that's great. No, that was really, really good. That's why we brought you here, because I'm like, hair, I don't know. But we have you here. Okay, we have Claude in the comments that said, it is great to see that this generation does not feel like they have to change their hair to fit in. I have been natural for 30 plus years and have worked hard to show the beauty of the natural hair. So I'll start this off. Y'all, I'm gonna shame myself. So when I was in undergrad, I knew this woman who went and wore her hair natural. And I was like, why would she just come in here like that? Like, her hair was looking fire before that. Like, she had a press. We went to high school together. I was like, she would have it pressed, she would have it laid, and then she go come in here with that natural look. And I had a sew-in at the time. And so I just couldn't believe it. But she like consistently, Helese, she showed up every day with that hair, every day, every day. And I was like, this is fascinating. And then she was like, I'm gonna get y'all because I'm ahead of the natural hair movement. It was like, boom, natural hair movement next year. I was like, what is happening? And then it was like natural hair everywhere. Everybody taking off wigs and lace fronts. Even celebrities were like, natural. Let me just show you real quick pic.
yeah, just real quick though.
It was real quick. Helese, they took one pic and was like, put that wig back on. Great. But it was a movement. So Claude, I'm like so excited that I was alive. I can remember before the movement, and then I remember the movement, all these YouTubers, all these videos, everything that was really showing natural hair. I was like, yes, this is great. Viola Davis, we saw you, okay, when you wore that natural hair on that red carpet, because
Solange, who cut her hair.
Solange was out here cutting hair. We love it, okay? Issa Rae was out there wearing natural hair.
Yes.
TWA,
Yes.
when she was doing the misadventures of Black Girl. I was like, yes. And then
I mean, everything about that whole show was revolutionary. We have to talk about that kind of stuff later. We have to talk about independent Black media, like a whole nother.
Oh my God. And then Helese, something just happened. And then we were like, okay, so we're going to go back to what we were doing.
There is a lot of Black women who went back to relaxers, straightening, or other types of, I think I've heard of, like, what was it? The Gina curl, and texlaxing, and, or what is it was called like a keratin thing or something like that, where your hair was like painted with like this keratin treatment, flat iron, and it kind of stays flat. It's not a relaxer though. So they're all new kinds of straightening methods, or methods that are like being revived, because we know that a Jerry curl was like super popular in the 80s. So a Gina curl is just that, maybe with a different size rod or something like that. So really interesting to see these practices come back. I just think that as long as we prioritize hair health and acknowledge where some of these attitudes come from, because not everybody who wears a texture that's different from their own is perpetuating self-hate or has an internal conflict about it. The reason why I don't is because I went through the process of learning that I was beautiful with my natural hair, and then even accepting my ugly moments that have nothing to do with necessarily my hair. It could be I'm not taking care of my skin, I'm not drinking enough water, like I'm not exercising, I'm not getting enough sunlight, like really just breaking away from the idea that I even have to be beautiful all the time, or perceive myself as beautiful, because what is that? Like, why do I need to see that about myself? So I saw a woman did that. God, I don't know her name. She's a YouTuber, very successful YouTuber. Like, she did a video essay on like just breaking away from the idea that why do you even have to be beautiful all the time? Like, why do you have to be aesthetically beautiful all the time? You could literally just be okay with the ugliness sometimes too, because that too is a part of life, and that has nothing to do with your value as a person. So that's a whole nother layer to it. But I feel like the typical process or pathway is to become comfortable with your natural hair in all types of settings, learning how to take care of it, learning how to love it. And then, I don't know, for me, I feel like once I passed that phase of like feeling like I needed to do that to prove something. And I got to the point where it's like, I can wear my hair natural. I can wear my hair with another texture. I could do whatever. I could wear braids. I could dye it. I could cut it. And I still feel like I'm going to show up however I'm going to show up. And so for me, that comes from like an internal faith that things are going to work out for me. And I am going to have money. I'm going to have a way to make a living for myself. I'm going to have acceptance in the places that I need to be accepted in, regardless of how my hair looks. That's it.
Yeah.
But
let me tell y'all, I want to attest to the fact that Helese, every time I'm like, can you send me a thumbnail, different hairstyle? Every single time. I'm like, homegirl got 75 hairstyles. I love it. You always look
and
good.
counting. I mean,
And
I just ordered
counting.
2 new wigs, and I cannot wait for them to get here. I cannot wait for them to get here because they're like customized down to the T. And it's fun. Like, hair is fun to me. It's like
Hair is
literally,
fun.
yeah.
Okay, let me correct myself. Sorry about that, Claude. She was talking about her daughter.
Okay.
However, she did go through a phase where she wanted her hair to be straight. I let her do it without making her feel bad. And now she is embracing her natural hair. She is 29. So, Claude, one of the most embarrassing moments for me as a human is that I begged my mom to straighten my hair when I was a kid. I was like, Mama, please, 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 please. I just really want straight hair. So I had a phase too of wanting straight hair, but I think it was obviously indoctrination and seeing who they thought was beautiful at the time. So I love when we finally get to the point where we can really embrace what we have and be okay with that. And hair is fun, as Helese has told us. We have another comment that is, my Latina hairdresser was doing relaxers for years. She developed water on the brain and died. Sorry to hear about that. This is also very true that these chemicals can be super damaging to our bodies, to our brains. So we definitely need to watch out for that. And then, Helese, I just got this one more comment. It was from Claude, who has said, I believe that Dominicans who reject their African side do not know their history. It is not their fault, though, because it has been a political decision to miseducate them. So I can take this as well. When I was in the DR, all of the time, they would say that their ancestors were from India. So in the way, Helese, we're like, our ancestors are from Africa. They said India. And I learned that in the history book, they said India. They took out the African piece. So
That's
there's a
interesting.
education of Dominican people that have led them to believe that they are not the descendants of African people. So that is where we are. Helese, guess what? We have 4 hours. We done
Yay.
4 hours. We made it. Y'all better thank Helese because she was willing to sit here for 4 hours with me. And I was like, she is always so faithful on the channel, helping so much and being a phenomenal facilitator. I know, Helese, you're like, let's take it to Patreon. You always want me to do extra work, Helese. It's always like
No, but that's for 2027. You know, once you get settled.
Helese. But I love you so much, Helese. I need you to know that you have been fantastically phenomenal. Whoever it was that put us together in Mexico City, where we were able to meet up and to have this experience together, it's been incredible. You are
It has.
we have our YouTube group. You are the reason that I have a facilitator and I never have to worry that I have to ask all the questions and do the chat. Like, you've been phenomenal. You are my sister. We are bonded. I hope you know, for life, infinity.
Yes. Infinity. And I just love how your channel has been able to grow since the group has begun. And that's exactly what I wanted to see. I just feel like you're the poster child. I know that Marissa already had her thing going, but I've seen her channel grow as well. Dr. Crystal, you know, Dr. Davia. I just love what we've created. And I know, basically, I want you to know that I enjoy working with you as a partner. You're very much a compliment to my natural skills and abilities. And we talk about that all the time, like how we just kind of like mesh together and it's very easy to kind of like make things happen and get things done. But I see so much more for this group. Like, I really want to be able to bring more resources and support for this group. So if anybody has any way or it's plugged into any type of like funding or any type of like resources that can help with a content creator group who creates things like this, things like Marissa Price and the Job Liberation Summit, just know that our group is looking for opportunities for like grant opportunities, funding opportunities, so that we can take this kind of work and make it larger, reach more people, and really make more of an impact with having these types of conversations and do other types of things, you know? So that's kind of what I see for our group. And yeah, so I'm happy I was able to do this. Happy that we made it through the 4 hours.
We made it through the 4 hours, Helese. We done made it through. Okay.
And we deserve rest now. We deserve all the rest.
Oh my gosh, rest is resistance. So that's
yes.
what
Please turn off all your devices after this. Tell me you're going to read a book.
Prophet Mother, so glad to
Thank
have
you. Thank you so much for coming.
Prophet Mother, and is taking care of my mother. Prophet Mother would take care of you, okay? But Helese, you get paid to take care of it. It's not a mammy situation. You get paid, okay, to provide therapeutic services to folks out there. So thank you, Prophet Mother, for being here. Lifting as we climb, called this a marathon live. Helese, we didn't had a marathon live.
We have. So
great.
Your idea. Great idea. Great idea.
I'm glad somebody was like, I could do it. And to everybody else that also was able to stay, enjoyed this so much.
Thank you, Mom.
Come on, Mom. Okay. You created such a wonderful and phenomenal person.
She did.
I'm so happy. And then, of course, from Job Liberation Summit, this was a great conversation. Thank you for being here. You had some really great comments that we were able to talk about and address here. We got a love the sisterhood in action. Absolutely. This is always about sisterhood and continuing to be connected to one another. Okay, wait. we are ending, but we have one more thing from Claude. When the Dominicans say indios, they mean indigenous, and they were also taught that their white masters were benevolent. I can't even read because of your face. But
I'm sorry, but it's kind of like what we were taught, that George Washington was nice to his slaves. That's what I was told in grade school, which is insane.
Yep, this is what's happened. This is not their fault, Helese. Like, they have done some real damage to the Dominican people in terms of thinking, knowledge, books, reading. Like, it is not their fault. But yes, thank you for that, Claude. And it's okay. We're glad that you were here to join this conversation. So we are going to end this. Helese, can you just please one more time tell us about your channel, tell us who you are, just wrap it up. Hopefully in the future we'll get Helese back and do some facilitation. But y'all got a country to go to, okay? So I gotta take a break too. Helese said I could take a break.
We will be back in 2027 at least once after Dr. Maya gets settled in Colombia. But I'll say this, go check out my channel if you want to learn about just one Black woman's lived experience with ADHD, some insights on life and how to navigate life with just being different, just kind of like having a different brain. And I've talked about so much on there. Check out the Living with ADHD playlist that I made a couple of years ago, because that was like right after I found out about my diagnosis. It was a journey. And yeah, definitely go back and check out the other lives and conversations that Dr. Maya has done if you're really interested in this international, multicultural, conversations. So with that, we end it. Thank you all so much for giving your 4 hours of your Sunday to us.
Yeah.
And now we rest.
So just so that you all know, someone else brought me out of retirement. So we do have another live. It is on Juneteenth, okay? And we are talking about colorism, everything colorism. You know that I'm an expert. I have another expert that's coming in that wrote a book on colorism so we can get together. Helese told us we need to read, okay? We got a book on colorism that we need y'all to read. So that is going to be on Juneteenth, okay? You got the day off, so we expect to see you there. That is going to be our next live. Prophet Mother brought you out of retirement. Yes. I was like, this is the last live with you, Prophet Mother. I was like, that's the last live. So
that's the last live of 2026.
That is not the last live of 2020 because I've been brought out of retirement multiple times, Helese. I'm trying to rest and I can't.
Okay. So we don't know. We don't know when's. I might be back before the end of the year. Then
no, I don't know. Okay, I'm not gonna tell y'all when I'm going into retirement. Okay, we're not gonna be like these celebrities. They retire and the next thing you'd see them playing baseball. Like we're not doing that. Okay. Just know that our next live is going to be Juneteenth, okay? So we will be back. Helese, I hope that you will be there too in the audience. Oh my God, yes. So for Job Liberation Summit, she was like, it was Kamani that brought me out of retirement for the Job Liberation Summit. And when your sister calls you, you have to answer, okay?
But we're lifting that it's in her name, lifting as we climb, literally just lifting other people up.
Climb, okay? And so peace and blessings a todos.
Muchas gracias. Yes. Gracias, Maria.
For you to be there for the next one. So thank you, everyone. I'll see you on Juneteenth. Thank you, Helese, for everything. And don't forget to rest, to enjoy your time, to enjoy the rest of this Sunday, okay? Thank you for hanging out with us. And we'll see you next time. Bye, everybody.